AI Horizon guests, please welcome to the stage, lead AI Horizons organizer, Joanna Dovin.
Wow. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just so impressed with how fast this came together. It's possible because of humans, not AI, by the way, okay? Welcome to the inaugural AI Horizons Summit. The new AI economy is already brutally sorting out which cities, metros, and states will capture first-mover jobs, companies, and investment. It's permeating every sector: defense, energy, healthcare, education, government. But in many ways, AI is an economic equalizer. Long-standing and emerging companies in all sectors and the places they call home are starting from ground zero. Leading in this new economy demands uncharacteristic collaborations like we have today that favor quick pivots and powerful positioning. New playbooks are being written in real time, and I believe that fortune will favor the bold, those who break down silos and speed strategies to, as Governor Shapiro says, innovate to win. We're here today to celebrate Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania's enviable starting position. But today is more about a challenge for all of us. How can we build an outsized global AI hub right here in Pittsburgh? What investments are needed to leverage the momentum that we see along Pittsburgh's 1-mile-long AI Avenue? And how could this flywheel effect boost job creation in places like Larimer and East Liberty, and emerging innovation districts like Hazelwood Green, and then beyond into our suburbs, into Beaver County, State College, Johnstown? But not everyone here today is from Pittsburgh. In fact, we're not just talking to ourselves. We have national media here and streaming in. We have folks visiting from NASA Johnson Space Center, from Silicon Valley, New York City, and many more cities. So let's step back and talk about why Pittsburgh. Our steel roots are our through line, and they are our prologue. We have abundant, dense energy. Former steel sites sit beneath one of the world's largest supplies of natural gas, waiting to be repurposed into AI factory alleys. And we have the skilled laborers to do that. We have big brains. Industrial giant Andrew Carnegie founded Carnegie Tech, laying the intellectual foundations for AI. And only Pittsburgh can boast that we are home to Carnegie Mellon, the world's #1 AI school, 2 years in a row. The emulsifying ingredient to be first movers in this economy are, in my strong opinion, AI's technological jockeys. And many of these brilliant minds are here on A Avenue and beyond. But as I thought about what I wanted to say today, it wasn't just that these jockeys are what makes us special here. It's that the jockeys who've stayed here are really good people. And they are commercializing their visions right here on how AI can benefit humankind in robotics and autonomy, in sustainability, in healthcare. But in this fast-moving economy that's making history right now, jockeys alone are not sufficient. Whether it's Columbus, San Francisco, or Boston, many of our jockeys are up for grabs. And it's up to us to give them the best track to recruit talent, raise indigenous venture capital, access reliable and affordable compute, to do what? To start and grow their AI companies right here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Today we're meeting. We have about 9 breakout sessions. We have an amazing closing session. Of course, we'll have our breakout panel coming here with Governor Josh Shapiro. But we want to really think about what we have to do today, what conversations we have to start, so that when we leave here, we're charting strategies not just talking, about what it will take to lead and usher in what I think could be Pittsburgh's next great migration. Thanks, guys. Before we move forward, I want to thank our governor. Today was made possible, like I said, by people, not AI. But the people that pushed for this, those in the AI working group, thank you if you're with us today. There's many of you here. Greg Perlman from Walnut Capital, Todd Reber from Walnut Capital, all these people that pushed. The reason that we pushed was because we knew we had a strong backbone behind us, and that backbone is Governor Josh Shapiro. I mean, I think I asked my friends, can I swear today? And they were like, of course you can. We've been inspired by his get shit done message. Just move, just go, right? Bring people along, expand the tent. Thank you, Governor. Okay, all of you here today, we've got federal defense leaders, energy leaders, we have AI ethicists, we have educators, we have philanthropies, we have skilled laborers, all of you today. Meet new people, collaborate, let's move forward. Thank you. All right, and now this is the hardest job right now. I have to introduce one of the most brilliant minds in our entire world, our keynote speaker, Andrew Moore. Before he comes up, though, a few words about Andrew. Andrew has authored over 200 academic papers on AI, and if you are an AI expert, chances are you were taught by him. You look up to him. He's the man. He's working here at Bakery Square as CEO of Lovelace AI. He and his team are working really hard to develop new platforms that will help to make our increasingly belligerent world safer. Yet, beyond his degrees and brilliance, it's his humility, his kindness, and his humanity that makes him the perfect keynote to tell all of us about Pittsburgh's human-first AI story. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Andrew Moore.
Thank you. That was very kind. So, how is everyone doing today? It's good. I'm glad you're in a good mood. I'm going to say a few words about what's going on with artificial intelligence in Pittsburgh, but in the middle, I'm going to bring everyone down with a real bummer. So look forward to that, because it's not all smiles. So here's my assessment of where we are at the moment. Artificial intelligence is real. It's happening. It's turning out not to be the way it was portrayed in science fiction movies. I don't think the real impact of it is even what we're seeing in the popular media at the moment. But it just works now. A couple of examples. When there's a big emergency and hundreds or thousands, tens of thousands of people are calling into contact centers for help, thank you very much, AIs can answer the questions and give useful, safe advice. That is an improvement caused by automation of human-like skills. In work that Google has been doing with anti-money laundering, money laundering is one of the drivers of some of the most scary criminal activity on the planet. Artificial intelligence has taken a huge bite out of the ability for folks to get away with that kind of stuff. These are the good things about artificial intelligence. Those two examples, by the way, courtesy of engineers in Pittsburgh. Now, I meet plenty of folks who ask, is AI intrinsically evil or intrinsically good? And of course, those are the wrong answers. The right answers is it's how humans use artificial intelligence that's going to matter. And the good news is there are ways for humans to use it for good. The bad news, and this is the bummer I was mentioning, is it is actually an extremely dangerous technology. It can be used to cause great harm. It could be used and is being used successfully to suppress whole populations, to come up with new and really ingenious ways to be deleterious to the human condition. So some of what has to be done is not, as Silicon Valley people would say, double helix of awesome rainbows of technology. Some of it is actually really hard work. And it all comes down to the question of, can you use artificial intelligence for public safety to make the world better and to defeat the evil uses of artificial intelligence? So when I think about that problem, the fact that it is really exciting that the world has a very radically different new kind of technology to work with, I also do have to think about the damage it can do and where are the kind of people and the kind of technologists and product managers who can do something to prevent the downsides. And I think of Washington, D.C., the place which has really helped push forward technology for the whole planet over the last 70 years. They are extremely strong, and I have great respect for the folks in DC, but it's not a technology-based organization. It is a place which can assess, come up with policies, but you can't come up with policies without understanding the technology. And then I think of Silicon Valley. I've got great respect for Silicon Valley, and there's no doubt about it. The key moments in the recent transformation of AI came out of engineers working in Silicon Valley. But it is an ecosystem driven by many technologies, but primarily B2C, consumer applications, things to help you with which videos to watch, what to buy, retail choices. And between those two things on the two coasts, there is Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh is a place which in its history, looking back to what Pittsburgh did before the Second World War, the amazing things that the whole city did during the Second World War, and after that, this is the place which I trust to be sober-minded and incredibly creative when it comes to both using artificial intelligence to make the world safer and preventing other people from using artificial intelligence for evil. That, I think, I was so excited when Joanna and her team suggested we all get together like this. I think this is the place, and we are the people who can take on that responsibility. Final quick comment. Why am I so pro-Pittsburgh for this? Artificial intelligence, as many of you know, but I'm not sure everyone in this room is aware, is not a single technology. It is a group of interlinked technologies which all depend on each other, and you can't get a useful artificial intelligence without working at several layers of the technology stack. You need the silicon, and you need advances in how you process all of this data. My company, Lovelace AI, we need at least a factor of 1,000 larger computing than what we're using at the moment. I'm so excited about Nvidia's announcement last week and the fact that we have this general ecosystem of people who are experts on the hardware underneath all of this. Above that, you have the mathematicians and infrastructure engineers who can make machine learning algorithms real by writing the software that you need. With Carnegie Mellon, Google, all the self-driving car companies around here, we have a population of tens of thousands of engineers competent to do this in a world where such skills are incredibly rare. On top of that, the engineering, you've got the science. And in particular, in a world where we have to build, we in Pittsburgh, we've decided we're going to build safety critical systems. Artificial intelligence is where lives are at the line. We have two of the world's best statistics departments. And it's an interesting fact, and I will argue this strongly, that the use of statistical techniques and mathematical techniques are the only viable way for us to make provably safe artificial intelligences, and we need that mathematical talent. And on top of that, you have the need for product development. Technology with just those first 3 links is just technology for its own sake. You need the applications and the connections to the real world which needs this. For that, I'm really grateful for one of Pittsburgh's greatest assets, our Governor Shapiro, who has, I've personally seen this as we've been growing Lovelace from an idea into a real company to help with national security emergencies. The governor and his team have enabled myself and many other technologists around the city to make the connections we need to take technology into products. So apart from that little lump of badness in the middle of my comments, I'm very happy we're all here today. It is a dangerous world. We need places like Pittsburgh which are willing to just look that impassively in the face and do something about it instead of whine or pretend it's not a real issue. And thank you everyone for coming here today. I'm going to introduce to you a local legend of engineering and technology, Mike Kessler from BNY. Mike is the CEO and heads up engineering for BNY, and for 40 years has been one of the center points of Pittsburgh's technology infrastructure. He was bestowed by the Pittsburgh Technology Council as the CIO of the Year in 2023, and was also named to the C-Suite Awards by Pittsburgh Business Times this year. I always learn a lot whenever I get to spend time with Michael, and at this point I will ask him to come up and take over. Thank you.
A lot of papers for a 4-minute talk. So now you're going to hear from, I guess, get shit done guy. Andrew, thank you for the introduction, and more importantly, thank you for your constant leadership in the technology community in Pittsburgh. I also want to extend some thanks to organizations that, if they weren't around and helping, BNY couldn't do what we do. So Governor Shapiro and the other government officials, the leaders from Carnegie Mellon and University of Pittsburgh, and leaders from Google and Nvidia. I'm grateful for all that you do in Pittsburgh. It does support BNY, but more importantly, as Andrew said, I was born here, I was raised here, I was educated here, and I've worked here for 40 years. So it touches me personally to see events like this and be able to see the crowd rally behind doing important things in Pittsburgh. So thank you to all of you. And those same organizations, I'd also like to thank you. Many of you are clients of BNY, so thank you for your business as well. So just a few minutes about BNY for those who don't know much about our organization. Last June, we celebrated our 240th year anniversary. We were the first company to trade on the New York Stock Exchange. And via Mellon Bank, we've been in Pittsburgh for 155 years. And Pittsburgh is still today a BNY designated strategic growth location where we want to grow staff. We also are the largest North American city where we have a broad set of staff at BNY in Pittsburgh that support all of our businesses, all of our functions. And most importantly, our AI hub that we formed 2 years ago, the core of that is based here in Pittsburgh. So what does BNY do? It's hard to describe quickly, but I'll just give you a snippet. We manage assets, we move assets, and we keep assets safe. And so to give you an idea of the scale, we manage $2.1 trillion of assets. To give you one example of processing that we do in the payment space, we move money to the tune of $2.5 trillion a day. And in terms of keeping assets safe, we just announced in our earnings call Friday that we set a new record. We now keep safe $52 trillion of assets under custody. So that scale should show you that we're a very important financial institution. We have a responsibility to run the company well and to make sure all of our systems are working. But what also comes with that scale is data. And as Andrew knows, data is the lifeblood of AI. So we are in a very unique position to have so much information, so much data to build AI applications off of. And so, as we started in the AI journey, balancing the responsibility that I mentioned, we realized that we had to do our AI in a responsible manner. So we have very strict governance around our AI deployments. We have very robust model validations, and we obviously keep humans engaged in our AI development and our AI deployments. So if you signed up for our session, our breakout session, you'll hear a few things that we are doing already underway. We have an AI platform that we built called ELIZA. We have 13,000 employees using it. We have 20 applications in production. We were the first global bank to deploy Nvidia's superpods in our data center. And we're also partnering with Google and a few other firms to modernize legacy application code, which is a major challenge for financial institutions. So one last item is probably the thing that I'm most proud about and like to talk about. We have strategic pillars at BNY, and one of them is Power Our Culture, which is really about talent, hiring, developing, managing talent. And about 2 years ago, we decided that we would double down on our hiring from the universities and really build a pipeline. Obviously, that played in very well to Pittsburgh, given the network we have of universities. And so in the last 2 years, we've doubled the number of interns that we've had in the summer at a global level, and we've actually tripled since 2022 the number of full-time analysts that we've hired from schools to start in the falls. But to give you a Pittsburgh number, in June we had a little over 300 summer interns. And what was most interesting when we talked to them is a few they were local kids from local schools, but a lot more were actually kids who were going to school out of state, and they wanted to come back to Pittsburgh to work, as well as kids who had never been to Pittsburgh. And they wanted to come to Pittsburgh for an internship with BNY. And the good news is we hire about 70% of our summer interns. So I'm expecting to see a year from now about another 200 students choose to stay in Pittsburgh or to move to Pittsburgh and work. And the last example around staffing, I can't finish without mentioning Carnegie Mellon. We have built a phenomenal relationship with CMU's Masters of Artificial Intelligence and Innovation. We've been working with them since the inception of that program, and it's really given us an influx of talent. And the last 2 years, we've actually hired 20% of their graduating students. Good news is, none of them came to CMU to work in Pittsburgh. They came here to go to CMU, but working with them and giving them the type of projects that piqued their interest, they've decided to take jobs at BNY and stay in Pittsburgh. And so far, we haven't lost one student. It's all about the work. everyone asks me, how do you keep them in Pittsburgh? Well, you give them meaningful work, you give them challenges, and they'll stay here. So with that little story of BNY, I do encourage you to attend our breakout where you can learn a lot more about what we are doing. I thank everybody for the opportunity to speak for a few minutes today, and I'm going to turn it back to Joanna to introduce the keynote panel.
Thank you, Michael. But by the way, his breakout is sold out, so just so you know. And fun fact, the founder of BNY is actually Alexander Hamilton. Hence, Eliza, the name of the product. Got it. Okay, let's get moving here. We are going to get into some fun now with our fireside chat / panel with Governor Shapiro, CMU President, Carnegie Mellon President Farnam Jahanian, and we have Chris Turner here from Google, Vice President of Government Affairs. So I'd like to welcome our panelists to the stage and introduce our moderator, the amazing Lori Siegel. Lori, I got to meet, in New York City at a very fancy party, by the way. She was introduced by Van Jones and Arianna Huffington, who worked with her throughout her career coming up as a young journalist at CNN. And what they said about her was this: Lori has vision. She saw in the early 2000s that nobody in the big national media was talking about Silicon Valley. And nobody was saying, who is Mark Zuckerberg and how is Facebook going to change society? Lori was doing this. Now, as CEO of Mostly Human Media, she is, in her own right, challenging these norms and really covering the intersection of humanity and technology. Lori? Are you up?
Great, thank you so much. That was a very kind intro, and so cool to be on the stage with all of y'all at this incredibly pivotal moment. And candidly, just nice to not be having this conversation in Silicon Valley and be having it in Pittsburgh. Yeah, we can clap for that. Great. So I'd love to start with a general question. And Farnam, I'm going to throw this one to you. We are in a particular moment. We're seeing so many incredible technological advancements, and so much of that is led by the advances in generative AI. Give us a sense, like, what about this moment is so different from other moments?
Well, first of all, it's so good to be with you. Governor, it's great to be with you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you, everything you do for the state of Pennsylvania. Chris, it's great to see you again. And my thanks to Walnut Capital, to all the organizers who've contributed to bringing us all together. Joanna, I don't think anybody thanked you, but I want to thank you for leading this. So, Laura, back to your question. I mean, we need to recognize that this discussion arrives at a breathtaking moment in the evolution of AI. AI, as Andrew alluded to, is not a brand new technology. We've been at this for a good 40 or 50 years. We've seen major leaps in data-enabled and computation-enabled research that's impacting every sector of our economy, from healthcare to manufacturing to transportation, even space exploration and beyond. So on one hand, what's really unique is the pace, the scope, and the rate of change that we're seeing and its impact on the economy. Let me share with you one data point. For example, it's estimated that the impact of AI is going to be so vast that within the next decade, it's estimated to be about $15 trillion. That's larger than the current output of China and India put together. As far as the pace is concerned, consider the following. There was a recent report by National Bureau of Economic Research that said there is 39% adoption of Gen AI at work and at home after 2 years. When you look at the history of information technology, we have not seen a rate of adoption and penetration at this rate and scale ever before. In fact, if you're curious, PCs, it was 20% adoption after 3 years. So the rate of adoption is so huge. The other point that's really important to recognize is that the impact of what we're going to see on the workforce, and I know we'll have an opportunity to talk about this, is undeniable. We need to consider how the workforce is going to change and how we're going to prepare the workforce for this. But from a technological point of view, here's what has happened. What we don't recognize often is that the underlying computational infrastructure, advances that we've seen in the past 20 years or so plus, has enabled access to kind of algorithms to be run at a speed and a scale and be able to harness the data that is now vastly available to be able to make the kind of progress we make. So we can talk about neural nets, we can talk about their evolution and all of that, but none of that would have been possible without access to the vast amount of data that's available in a range of areas, plus the computational resources that now we can bring to bear to make this happen. And the final point that I want to make is we can't deny the broad societal impact beyond the economic impact of AI on society.
Governor,
You didn't make me follow that? Come on,
Yeah.
that's not fair.
Well, I feel like you'll be a good person to follow that. Very well said, Barnum. And Governor, I was thinking about sitting here and chatting with you, and I was thinking, God, like, we're weeks away from a historical election. We're in an AI revolution. We're having a conversation about innovation in a state where, like, a lot of folks are interested in what's happening here. What is the unique opportunity for Pittsburgh in this moment when it comes to the latest breakthroughs?
Look, I think Pittsburgh is used to being, sorry, I'm getting some feedback here. Pittsburgh is used to being the center of the universe when it comes to powering the economy in this country and really being an arsenal of democracy all across this globe. Whether it is the steel we forged or the energy we have produced, Pittsburgh has been on the map for generations. This is now our next chapter. And to me, it seems like AI, robotics, technology, what we are building here in Pittsburgh is the next big thing, and we are poised to be able to seize and take advantage of it. Why are we in such a strong position? Well, you just heard from the president of CMU, the overseer of the big brains in Pittsburgh, right? I mean, extraordinary research happening at CMU, and I know you'd also acknowledge Pitt and our other fine higher education institutions. We're also investing at the state level in our K-12 system to make sure students are prepared to be able to take advantage of the extraordinary opportunities at a CMU or at a Pitt. We also understand that we have the best workforce in the world right here in Pennsylvania, particularly in southwestern Pennsylvania. And I feel as though it is my mission to make sure that if you have these big dreams, if you have these capabilities, if you want to be a part of the next big thing, you shouldn't have to leave the zip code that you love in order to go somewhere else to find it. I got to tell you, fewer things annoy me more than when I'm in Silicon Valley and someone runs over to me and tells me they're a Steelers fan, because that means they were from Pittsburgh at some point and they left. We want them to be able to stay here and to be able to build and grow and develop here. And what is so exciting about this event that we're having today, and I'll also echo thanks to Joanna for pulling us all here together, is you've got everybody rowing in the same direction. Higher ed, the private sector, the public sector. Outside folks are interested in what we're building here in Pittsburgh. We are poised for this greatness here because of the investments that we've made, because of the people that we have here, and because we've managed to get everybody rowing in the same direction. This is Pittsburgh's time, again, to shine, and this is the next big thing. And I got to tell you, we are proud to be investing in it at the state level, and I'm proud to be a cheerleader for it, so much so that for the first time in 20 years in Pennsylvania, we have an actual economic development strategy, and AI, robotics, technology is one of the 5 key pillars of the future of the economy in Pennsylvania. So our investments are going to be in that space, our focus is going to be in that space, and we are really excited about what's happening here in Pittsburgh.
I love that everyone gets like clapping after that's just wonderful. That's a great audience too. And obviously so much pride in Pittsburgh and what's happening here. Chris, you've done a lot of work in your career looking at how startups can break into entrenched industries, right? I think that's so important for this conversation because so much of AI seems like it's happening from a couple of the big companies and it's hard to actually even get through. How are you seeing AI deployed in Pittsburgh to solve community problems? How can they break through?
Yeah, thanks. And first, good morning, y'all. I am always happy to be back in Pittsburgh. And thanks to my panelists today, y'all are awesome. Excited to be sharing the stage with y'all. I spend all of my time on planes, trains, and automobiles around the globe doing one thing, and it's not a technology thing. It's a people thing. How can communities fix problems, right? How can people, like the folks in this room, use tools, including artificial intelligence, to solve problems that have not been able to be fixed for decades, if not centuries, right? That's the entire thing. It all stems from my company's mission, which is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. Everyone you talk to at my company will be able to tell you that off the top of their head, and it's because the company actually means it. And it's a weight that everyone working at the company carries, right? It's not about developing cool things, although we love the Nobel Prizes we just got. It is about making information universally accessible and useful. What I'm seeing as I'm going around the world is that there are tons of communities that are saying, okay, artificial intelligence, I get like scary dystopian future, I get like tech euphoria, utopia future, but what am I going to do in the next 5 years, right? What can I actually do to fix things, right? So in Memphis, Tennessee, they're using artificial intelligence to identify potholes. Potholes. That is a massive win if you are in a city or county and you can reduce the number of potholes by 30%, save everyone on their car bills, right? John Jay College of Criminal Justice is using artificial intelligence to identify folks that are at risk of dropping out. They've been doing this for 2 years, and their dropouts, they went from a graduation rate of 54% to a graduation rate of 86%. That's what artificial intelligence is, right? It's fixing those problems. Now take those things and multiply them by tens of millions when you have people like Andrew and others using it and applying it to fix solutions, right? We can predict when locusts are coming to Ghana to help prevent crop deterioration. Folks in the United States are using it to predict where lead pipes are in systems in Buffalo and New Orleans so they can proactively remove the lead pipes, right? That's what we're talking about here today, and that's where Pittsburgh can lean all the way in, given all of the elements you've got here on the stage and who you are as a people. You are problem solvers for the world. That's why I'm here.
I get the sense there is a lot of partnership happening, a lot of people working together. There's excitement over Pittsburgh being a place where AI is taken very seriously, being a leader in this space. So Farnham, Governor Shapiro, it's my understanding CMU is one of the first places that you reached out to, Governor, to say, to partner, to find some policies, to do some pilot programs regarding getting AI in the workforce and actually some of these really tangible and specific outcomes. What kind of partnerships have you done? And tell us a little bit about the outcomes. And you can be messy with us. Like, what challenge did you face? Because we all know AI is incredible, and also innovation is messy, and trying to actually integrate it when there's fear and there's entrenched industries isn't always easy. So friends here, tell us everything. Farnham, Governor,
Tell you everything.
Yeah, Governor, what? It looks like we're going to start with the governor.
Look, we view AI as a critically important, helpful, useful tool when it comes to delivering government services, when it comes to supporting our fellow Pennsylvanians. But I have to tell you, in my meetings with my fellow governors, a lot of folks were frankly a little resistant to kind of jump in on AI. And y'all remember when ChatGPT sort of felt like it showed up one morning for the masses to be able to see, it freaked a lot of people out. And government historically is very, very risk averse, right? They don't want to try new things. They don't want to break a lot of new boundaries. And so a lot of states, when they saw this, they saw ChatGPT, they saw AI come, they go, okay, well, we have to very quickly erect a bunch of barriers to entry, right? We got to sign documents to keep it out. We got to pass laws to, warn people. We took the exact opposite approach in Pennsylvania. We said, it is here. And by the way, if I were out promoting Pittsburgh saying, I want this to be the center of the AI universe, and then we were unwilling to use the tools, well, that's not particularly honest of us. We needed to be all in as well. And so I signed an executive order. Someone said we were the first governor to go all in like this, where we would actually deploy AI tools to deliver government services across Pennsylvania. And we entered into a 12-month pilot in order to do that and put AI tools into the hands of 150 state workers. Now, we said to them, we want you to use these tools to be able to deliver better services. And we're seeing in a whole range of ways, employees from lots of different agencies use it, whether it's at PennDOT, the folks that we rely on to run our roads and register our cars and vehicles and other things like that, whether it's the folks who are doing coding in our Commonwealth, the people who work in HR. We are using these tools, I think, for good. Now listen, we have heard from those employees who have these tools now in their hands that on average, every single day, they are saving 105 minutes out of every single day. Now, it doesn't mean that they're working 105 minutes less, but what it means is now they have 105 more minutes in their day to deal with the really complex challenges that a fellow Pennsylvanian might approach our state government with. And as someone who wants to be able to deliver government services through no wrong door, meaning you show up in the office, you call, 1-800, Pennsylvania or whatever our 1-800 number is, or you go online, you should be able to get the best possible services and all of the services, and AI and our people are now able to deliver that more effectively. We are at month 10 of our pilot, and by month 12, we'll be able to provide a full report to the public and look to expand that, I hope, into more hands within our state government. Now, you asked in your question, okay, what's the sort of messy part of this? I think I'm sort of paraphrasing your question a little bit. It's, okay, number one, we employ 80,000 people in state government. And so we had to show our employees that we value them. We're not looking to replace them. We're looking to support them. And AI tools can support them and help them do the work that they love, the reason why they came into state government, which is to handle these really difficult, challenging cases on behalf of our fellow Pennsylvanians. We also, here's another kind of sticky or messy, you said messy, right? Is that the word you used?
Yeah.
The messy situation is, how do you do this ethically? How do you do this with folks around the table who are greater experts than we are to be able to protect people's privacy, as an example? And so we put 10 pillars of ethics into my executive order to focus specifically on how to deploy AI in a thoughtful, responsible way. And on that, we partnered with Carnegie Mellon University to help us develop those 10 pillars, to help us make sure that we were doing this ethically and responsibly, to be kind of a constant check for us in this system. And I was proud that when I signed that really historic executive order, it was done at Carnegie Mellon University together with President Jahanian, because that is where they have developed the tools. That's where they've done the research. That's where they've, and I mean this in the most respectful way, that's where they've made mistakes and learned from them so that we could be the beneficiaries, and in turn, the good people of Pennsylvania could win in this AI revolution by having better, faster services delivered for them, with employees who are happier in an environment where they are able to do more, and to be at the beginning of something great by embracing the technology as opposed to pushing it away. We really think we're at the forefront of this, and I think the work we're doing in state government complements the incredible work that's being done at our research institutions and here in Pittsburgh in the private sector.
Well, you know, candidly, I don't know what else I can add. The governor really described the nature of the partnership, but I do want to say how grateful I am to the governor for his leadership. Governor Nick took seize of the opportunity and decided to partner with us, and by the way, other entities within the state, to really leverage the opportunities that are ahead of us. I think it's really important to underscore the importance of this point, that we know the state government, county government, the city government, these are complex organizations. Anything that we can do to manage complexity and bring efficiency and enhance it is good. It's going to save money, it's going to provide better services, it's going to provide better social services to the community, and so on. So while the private sector may have recognized this and they're running to it, there's no reason why our state shouldn't be doing it. And for that reason, Governor, I applaud you. I really am grateful for the partnership and looking forward to working with you on this front.
Thank you.
And, and Farnham, to go off of that, it certainly seems, if you look at CMU, and I was looking at some of the innovation that's come from this, I think you guys were like the first to develop the first autonomous vehicle, install the first of its kind wireless network, first personal robot designed to interact with humans in the home environment. So some pretty incredible things have come, obviously, out from CMU. So behind closed doors, like, what are you seeing with generative AI that you think could really help disrupt the workplace here in Pittsburgh? What is the most interesting thing? I mean, even looking at the idea that Pittsburgh, is known for energy. There's just so much here that I think specifically a lot of folks are probably looking at you and the brains at CMU to try to help some of these solutions. Where do you see it going?
Better grab my microphone. I mean, if you consider the impact of this on every sector of our economy, you see opportunities that pop up, whether it's in the energy sector, whether it's in healthcare, of course, with partnership with organizations like Highmark and UPMC and Pitt that we have. But I want to step back and just tell you some of the things that we're able to do, that even so for somebody like me who's a computer scientist, I could not have imagined this 10 or 15 years ago. We are able to do instant language translation. We're able to do text transcription. We're able, as you said, navigate traffic and roads. We can now do highly accurate medical diagnosis, much more advanced than we've ever seen it before. And in fact, you mentioned the Nobel Prize, both in physics and chemistry, were awarded to computer scientists for the work that they have done. But one of this work, just imagine this, we're able to essentially to accurately discover the shape of proteins and invent new proteins. So you may wonder, well, why is that important? What it does is it leads to new drug discoveries, new therapeutics, not to mention it will have a dramatic impact on healthcare. And underlying all of that are the new markets, economies, jobs that we're going to create that's going to benefit not only humanity, but also really improve the quality of life, quality of services for society. These breakthroughs are truly amazing. We can get bogged down in the science and engineering part of it, but the economic impact and the societal impact of it is undeniable.
Chris, you have a global perspective when it comes to AI and regulation, product development. As you say, you live on planes. Can you give us some examples of differences when it comes to the varying regulatory approaches? With AI, what can we in the United States learn from some of your travels here in Pittsburgh too? What can be learned?
Yeah, it's been a spectrum. As Governor said, there are certainly places around the globe that at that first moment, reacted with fear and said, you shall not pass AI. That's the end of the line for the next 6 years for you. And there are other places, like here, where the governor or the mayor or the prime minister said, I want to figure out how I use this stuff. So I'm going to make a sandbox, and I want to put all the different types of AI into the sandbox, let a smaller unit of folks work with it, see what works and what doesn't. And those folks are the folks that are pushing forward. I think it's a model where you're starting with the end use cases and saying, all right, what do I want to use this stuff for? What do I want to make sure it's never used for? And what's in the gray area? And then you go about it accordingly. Those are the places that are most successful. If you think about a baseball bat, right? Stick with me here. I'll get to the point. If you think about a baseball bat, Major League Baseball have particular regulations about the size and shape of a bat, right? College, same thing, right? Now, a baseball bat could also be used at a birthday party to crack open a piñata. That's probably okay. A baseball bat could also be used in the commission of a crime. Not okay, right? If you want to address that, do you regulate how a bat is used in baseball versus a criminal situation versus a backyard? Or do you regulate the entire forest from which the wood for the baseball bat comes from?
I got there.
I got there.
Where you were going with that, actually. That was good.
There are some governments around the world that are trying to regulate the forest to prevent the use of a bat in a criminal activity. There are other places that are saying, you know what, we've already got rules around violent criminal activity. Why don't we make sure we include the bat, AI, as a part of that regulation? And that is our starting point. Those are the places that have been most successful in both preventing AI from being used in harmful ways and from harnessing the societal and economic benefits.
Yeah, please.
I mean, if listen, there's no question, as Andrew alluded to, there are going to be challenges with the development and deployment of AI. But if you look at this, step back and look at it, you have the European model of governance, which is much more privacy-based. You have the US model, which, thank God, is free market-based. And then you have other countries like China that are state-driven vision for their digital economy. So what does that really mean? Is it reasonable to expect that we're going to have one global, essentially, governance model for every sector of our economy and so on? I think that is actually not possible. What we're missing here is that we have policies, we have frameworks, we have regulations for different sectors of the economy, whether it's finance, whether it's healthcare, whether it's the energy sector. So what we really should do is to make it be much, much more sector-based. Go back to the legal and policy frameworks that exist already for these sectors and try to take those and bring them into an environment. The example you gave is a brilliant example because it really shows that there are practical ways to approach the problem. What we cannot allow is to have a scare tactic that prevents innovation. I'm not suggesting we should be careless about it, far from it. If you look at the history of human ingenuity and discovery, Industrial Revolution, it doesn't matter how far back you go. In fact, the information technology revolution, policy and governance issues have always followed disruptive technologies. Humanity had to catch its breath and come up with policies and frameworks, legal frameworks and ethical frameworks, to be able to manage these advances. This is no different. The pace is faster. This is no different. What we need to make sure is that we do not undermine innovation and at the same time bring sound approaches to managing the legal and policy and ethical frameworks of AI.
I'm going to take a hard turn, Governor, and I know we're talking about the future, but I want to talk about the past. Last weekend, when the Pittsburgh Steelers were playing the Dallas Cowboys, we won't talk about who won or lost. I'm talking about a phone call. One of us on the stage got a phone call from Elon Musk. That was you. Calling from the Steelers game, so I read, but I don't know. But we have you to potentially talk us through it. And he had some ideas for you. Governor, set the scene. What ideas did Elon have about potentially investing in Pennsylvania? I'm just asking. A lot of folks here.
We've figured out AI. We're moving on now to.
Well, I think a lot of folks here were like, "Are you going to ask
I thought
about
we were
the
gonna talk about
Elon
Chris's
call?"
shoes. He's got the hometown shoes.
A lot of people wanted me to ask you about the Elon call, so
All right.
here we are. Set the scene.
You want me to set the stage?
Yeah, why not?
I was literally getting yelled at by my wife, our first lady, to take out the trash. True story. And I was taking out the trash when a great entrepreneur and a good friend, Thomas Tull, called. I answered his call and said, I'm here at the Steelers game with Elon Musk. They were having the downpour at that moment, so the game hadn't started yet. And by the way, Steelers look very, very good this year. They look very good. And anyway, he said, Elon, I want to talk to you about investing in Pennsylvania and doing more economic development in Pennsylvania. He's got a lot of ties to this Commonwealth. And listen, obviously, he and I have very different views on politics and very different approaches to politics. And we did not discuss politics at all. But what I will tell you is, I am incredibly aggressive at trying to bring jobs and economic opportunity to Pennsylvania. I am incredibly proud of the tech sector here in our Commonwealth, particularly in this region. And I want to make sure that we bring those who have the capacity, the capability, the know-how, the capital to invest here in Pennsylvania. And so I'm going to do everything I can with an employer like Musk or others to try and attract them here to the Commonwealth. And so I basically listened to the ideas that he had and made it clear that Pennsylvania is open for business and that we want to see more economic growth in the tech sector here in the Commonwealth, and we agreed to stay in touch.
Great. I know we've got to wrap. I do really quick want to ask you about a bill that's sitting on your desk right now. When we talk about the harms of AI, sexually explicit deepfakes, the White House has come out and said that this is one of the first real harms of generative AI. States have been slow to actually have laws that protect women. 96% of deepfakes, there's a stat, are sexually explicit. Of those, 99% are of women who didn't consent. There's a bill sitting on your desk right now that is aimed to protect folks against this new form of generative AI abuse. What are you going to do with it?
Well, first off, I appreciate all your reporting on this. You've really highlighted this issue over many years, and we are better off because of your reporting in this space, and I appreciate it. I'll just tell you, I think many from Pennsylvania know I'm the former Attorney General of this Commonwealth. I have prosecuted child predators. I've prosecuted those who peddle pornography and other things in our communities that is unlawful, that takes advantage especially of our children. I will take a backseat to no one on being tough on this. We have got to also make sure that we are keeping up with how the technology changes what I think should be considered a crime. Lawmakers came together and were able to pass a bill that creates criminal penalties for AI-generated imagery that would be considered deepfake porn and other things. And I should note, by the way, I'm the only governor in the entire country with a divided legislature, a House led by Democrats, Senate led by Republicans, yet they came together on this issue in a bipartisan manner to put the bill on my desk, and I'll be signing it into law on Wednesday of this week, and we'll be one of the first states to put this in place.
Great. Perfect. We got to end on a human note. I've been covering tech for 15 years. There's a theme. Innovation is incredible. It is messy, it's difficult, and it's inevitable. On a human note, because this is all about human AI, if you could answer just really quick, why is this work personal to you? Chris, let's start with you.
Yeah, it's personal to me because I have always cared about closing the divide within the United States and around the globe between haves and have-nots. And if you remember what I was talking about at the beginning, this is the once-in-a-century opportunity to close the gap on some really stagnant, pernicious challenges that create an us versus them division. AI is like our best and maybe only shot right now at closing those, whether it's in education, whether it's in workforce development, whether it's employment, whether it's in healthcare outcomes between African American women and others in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, AI might be our best shot at doing that one, right? That's why I love this work and why it's very personal for me.
Great. Armin.
It's personal to me for a couple of reasons. One is it's going to create an opportunity for us to collaborate and realize the power of AI to create new opportunities everywhere, in our urban areas, in our rural areas. It could be a democratizer of a lot of things that have been challenging, essentially, societies. I think that, in some ways, is the most important thing about it. And you already mentioned this, being able, essentially, to bring the power of AI to tackle some of the most challenging problems facing society, from healthcare, from obviously energy issues, climate issues. The list is endless, and I think that makes it very exciting. To me, as a university professor, as someone who's been in academia and in private sector, I can't underestimate the power of education and the work that we can do to upskill and reskill the workforce to be ready for this. This is quite exciting. I'll digress for like 30 seconds, if you permit me. Folks, in the best of times, 35% of our population gets a 4-year college degree. In the economy that we're creating, in the opportunities that we're creating, we have a huge opportunity to create new pathways in our economy for all citizens, in urban areas, in rural areas, regardless of their background, regardless of gender, race. That is the power of technology, and today, that could also be the power of AI. So that's what really excites me about it.
We'll end with you, Governor.
I would echo the comments the gentleman made, and I would just say my job as governor is to put points on the board for the good people of Pennsylvania every day, to solve problems, and as you hear me say all the time, to get stuff done. Technology and AI help us do that, help us tackle these big challenges. I'll focus on just one, though there are hundreds, literally hundreds of examples. The number one driver of greenhouse gas emissions in Pennsylvania are orphaned and abandoned wells and mines that are leaking methane into our atmosphere that is exacerbating the climate crisis. And by the way, it's making it harder for our farmers in our rural communities. It's making it harder for kids with asthma, harder for so many other people. Using the tools of AI, we are now able to better map where those leaking abandoned wells, orphan wells, and mines are, and we are now on an aggressive effort to cap and plug those wells and stop the methane from leaking into our atmosphere. We have plugged, in my first year and a half as governor, more wells than the last 10 years combined in Pennsylvania. We have had the assistance now of AI to help us find where those wells are and to do this work to address the climate crisis. So we're seeing it on climate. We're seeing extraordinary work being done at UPMC and AHN and others to quite literally save lives. And you see it in the public servants in Pennsylvania who are using AI tools now to deliver better services more quickly. So our job is to get stuff done, to put points on the board for people every day, and AI and these tools are helping us do that. And I can't wait for the future, and the future I know is going to run right through Pittsburgh.
Great. Thank you all. Next up, we have an announcement with Nvidia, so I'm going to invite up Anthony Robbins. But one more round of applause. You guys have been a great audience for applauding them for our great panel. Thank you, guys.
Justice, assuming that somebody would come up and do that for me. How's everybody doing? Can you hear me okay? I had prepared 35 minutes worth of opening remarks, and I had a slide deck of 36 slides, and I find myself now having to rewrite it. So will you guys give me a minute? It is with great joy, and I mean that sincerely, that I represent one of the world's great leaders of our time, Jensen Huang, who is the founder and CEO of Nvidia, a small company that you may have heard of. I joined 7 years ago. I literally was at a company in Silicon Valley. I don't live there, so all those shots that have been taken at Silicon Valley, I don't think were directed at me. But I was at Silicon Graphics when we sold our crown jewels at the time to a small startup led by Jensen Huang. I have followed Nvidia for more than 30 years before I joined the company 7 years ago. And my mom retired from the federal government in Huntsville, Alabama. And I will just tell you that independent of what you heard here today, okay, in my best Southern slang, you ain't seen nothing yet. Nothing. And so relative to the joy I have of being here, I just want to acknowledge that my home is actually in Western North Carolina. And so it brings me great sadness to see the communities that have been devastated. Fortunately for my home and my community, we have not, but sadly for the communities and where I live, entire towns have been washed away. And at some point in time, in our lifetime, AI will assist in natural disasters and recovery situations in a way in which that we have never seen before. So just a little bit about Nvidia. Just I'm not going to be the one that keeps the governor waiting, but more than 30 years old, 30,000 employees, and today, and I mean this literally, we are behind the world's progress in artificial intelligence. I mean that literally. In every country, in every industry, in healthcare, retail, finance. Well, you heard a little bit about finance earlier. All of the school systems everywhere in the world will ultimately adopt artificial intelligence capabilities for everything that we do. And if there's any doubters left in the audience, there's probably not. I mean, your own use of artificial intelligence is probably already beyond your imagination, just at home. And if you don't quite understand that, just ask your fourth grader, they'll explain it to you. And so what happened, somewhere back in 1957 or 1959, in that window is actually when the Department of Defense began exploring artificial intelligence. And that was, let's see if I use my age, I can tell you exactly how many years ago that was. And but we came out of the frozen winter in 2012. 2012, there were some major breakthroughs that happened that brought the world out of the frozen winter with respect to the development and deployment of artificial intelligence. But none of that compared to what happened in November of 2022, and you all know that story well, the release of ChatGPT. It forever changed the curve and the rate of adoption of artificial intelligence. And so NVIDIA technology, whether it's our hardware and our software, has been behind that movement, and we take great pride in that, and of course there's great responsibility associated with that. Now, 6 or 7 years ago, I had found my way up to Carnegie Mellon, and I had found myself sitting across the desk from a luminary. I think he remembers that, I'm not sure, but I certainly do. And he was the dean of the School of Computer Science at Carnegie Mellon, Andrew Moore. And so when I say it's with complete joy that I leave where I have been for the last 2 weeks trying to help with restoration, it is because I have for 6 or 7 years followed the progress of this great community. And Governor, somebody wrote my speech for me, and there's a note in here that says, do not reference that you're a Baltimore Ravens season ticket holder. So I'm skipping.
Don't you know your audience here?
I'm skipping that part. But as I said, that was because I live in Western North Carolina now. And so I have for a long time been amazed at the talent that exists here in the Commonwealth and here in Pittsburgh. And let me give you context to the talent that you have. So OpenAI began using GPUs in and around 2016 to bring to the world ChatGPT. And by the time ChatGPT hit the marketplace, there were less than 200 engineers at OpenAI. There are more than 200 data scientists and engineers and AI practitioners in this wonderful community. There are more than, so imagine the possibilities. And I have been imagining that for 6 or 7 years. And I can't tell you how delighted I am to represent NVIDIA and to be here. And for us, as we launch an NVIDIA AI tech community here in wonderful Pittsburgh, whether I'm a season ticket holder of the Ravens or not, I think the opportunities are significant. And so on behalf, as I said, on behalf of Jensen Huang, one of the world's great leaders in NVIDIA, thank you for having us, and thank you for welcoming us into this community. And now it would be my pleasure to introduce the Chancellor of the University of Pittsburgh, Joan Cable.
Thanks, Anthony. And friends, it's great to be with you today. And when we think about pride and possibilities and legacy and think about how that creates a foundation for this exciting future, at the University of Pittsburgh, we think about 237 years and how the university carved out of these hills, and we sit in this building, in this space, and you make your mark defeating a crippling disease nearly 75 years ago to where we are now, the number 14 university in the country for patent production. We're also 6th in the nation for funding in the National Institutes of Health funding around therapies and cures. And we're brimming with pipelines of innovation for startups and the things our students are doing, like what our student Anna Lee is doing, an MD, PhD student who just won the prestigious Holt Prize. It puts Pitt squarely at the forefront of discovery and the forefront of advancing science and therapies. And when we think about what we just heard during our fireside chat, it's this momentum and special kind of momentum that gives us so much optimism about what AI can do in this community, a special kind of momentum that cultivates the partnership that we recognize here today with an industry leader like NVIDIA, and gives us so much excitement about being the home of its first ever AI tech community. So this community couldn't be a better fit for Pitt or for Pittsburgh, and I'd like to tell you why we think so. So when Anthony talks about possibilities, I think that's lovely because our strategic plan leverages something that we think about that we call It's Possible at Pitt. And that strategic plan leans into moonshots that we gave a lot of thought to because they are strategic risks that we developed that we think that the university can do, that we are uniquely able to achieve here, right here in Western Pennsylvania, in Pittsburgh, by virtue of this legacy, this expertise, this sense of place, these partnerships, our DNA, and this exciting future, the kinds of things that bring a room full of people like this here. So for example, in our School of Medicine, we're already pioneering an AI curriculum that's truly distinctive amongst our peers. It's inclusive and democratized in exactly the way that Chris was talking about earlier during the fireside chat, meaning that there's no coding or software engineering skills needed, but it's also preparing Pitt medical students to develop and use AI accessibly across healthcare and in medicine. And as we design AI in our medical education, we're also making it scalable so that we can create flexible learning opportunities across the globe. And we're translating this into K-12 education as we speak. So this puts us in a position, because of these partnerships and these relationships, to lead the life sciences century right here from Pittsburgh, right here with these partnerships and with all of you. And as most of you know, the best example of this took place when we had our topping off ceremony for Pitt BioForge, our biomanufacturing facility with our industry partner Elevate Bio, informed by our neighbors in the Hazelwood community right across the street from Mill 19. And this state-of-the-art facility will develop, test, and produce precision biologic medicines in partnership with private industry. And our vision there is to custom build therapies tailored to individuals and their specific illnesses, leveraging AI technologies to make those therapies accessible in ways that have never been possible before. Friends, it's an exciting time for Pitt and for Pittsburgh, and I want to express our pride of partnership with Nvidia, as well as our pride in our city and with our neighbor and our friends at Carnegie Mellon University on what is truly a historic new legacy building day. So in closing, we want to say hail to possible, hail to possibilities, and everything this new partnership will yield in turning innovative ideas into all of the things that are possible here. And of course, hail to Pitt.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Farnham Jahanian, President of Carnegie Mellon. I'm honored to be here alongside with our Governor Shapiro, as well as NVIDIA's Anthony Robbins, and of course, my friend and collaborator, Pitt Chancellor Joan Gable, to celebrate the launch of NVIDIA's first AI tech community. I do want to acknowledge that there are a number of elected officials that are in the audience here, as well as leadership from the private sector. We really appreciate you being here and also all that you do to support our community. It's an exciting day for the Commonwealth, an exciting day for Pittsburgh. This new AI tech community will harness the region's robust innovation ecosystem. It's a landscape that's anchored by our world-class academic institutions, including University of Pittsburgh, Carnegie Mellon, and others in our region. We have a strong entrepreneurial culture. Look at all the startups, all the emerging companies that are coming out of our ecosystem in various areas, including those that have affiliation with CMU and Pitt and others. And of course, a powerful economic development engine that exists here, led by a number of major companies, including Google, Duolingo, Highmark, AHN, of course, UPMC, BNY Mellon, ANSYS, and our other partners such as PRN and Allegheny Conference. The list goes on. This is truly a partnership of the public and private sector. By bringing these incredible innovation assets together with NVIDIA's expertise in accelerating computing and AI platforms, I am certain that we'll further catalyze our ecosystem and cement Pittsburgh leadership at the forefront of this AI transition. At CMU, I'm sure all of you know that we've long recognized the transformative power of AI and robotics. In fact, we just talked about this at the previous panel. As part of this community, we're going to establish NVIDIA's CMU Center for Robotics, Autonomy, and AI to harness NVIDIA's cutting-edge techniques and push the boundaries of innovation even further. Access to NVIDIA's these assets, including AI software and frameworks, will unlock new possibilities for all of us in the region, public sector and the private sector. And it's going to help us to work more efficiently and to scale and build resiliency in various kinds of applications that are being developed. Of course, this collaboration, as you can imagine, as Joan just alluded to, will spark new partnerships throughout the region and beyond so that we can work together, be a little bit smarter about how we work together, and of course, tackle some of the society's most challenging societal challenges, I should say. And as this step is unfolding with a breathtaking, essentially, moment for science and innovation, AI has emerged as perhaps the single most important and transformative intellectual development of our time. Our long-standing linear collaborative models for innovation simply cannot meet the urgency of the moment, and the truth is that AI has unlocked a pace of discovery that's accelerating at an unprecedented rate, and it's created a new world order for collaboration. So today isn't just about celebrating NVIDIA's first AI tech community. It's also about recognizing the urgency of this moment to catalyze significant momentum for our region. And it's about leaning into our strength in technology, in manufacturing, life sciences, energy, education, and so on, to empower more people in Pittsburgh and the region to access to have access to economic opportunities in our tech-driven economy. So on behalf of my colleagues at Carnegie Mellon, including our Vice President for Research, Teresa Meyer, we're grateful to be part of this partnership and work with the partners across the region. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce a leader who is passionate about working together, our 48th Governor of Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, working with Governor Shapiro over the last few years. I'll take 10 seconds, I promise. Working with the governor over the past few years, I just want to make a couple of remarks. I can tell you that he is laser focused on this once-in-a-generation opportunity to position Pennsylvania to serve as the frontier of innovation and job creation and a beacon for opportunity for all of us. His leadership is rooted in the idea that the Commonwealth's greatest resources will always be its people, our creativity, collaboration, and our inherent spirit of innovation. So please join me in extending a warm welcome to our governor, Governor Shapiro.
Thank you.
Thank you, Farnham. And it is so good to be here with all of you. And I won't belabor this. I just want to try and offer kind of a broader view of what we're accomplishing by being here today, and to extend my thanks to Anthony for the commitment that Nvidia is making here to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I would hope that when you come back, you'll get a little bit better at your Pennsylvania politics and not mention the Ravens here in first place Steelers country. But if there was, and I will say on a serious note, we're praying for you and your community in Western North Carolina. I want you to know that I have deployed Pennsylvania Task Force 1 along with members of the Pennsylvania Air National Guard, along with members of the Pennsylvania State Police, to support both North Carolina and Florida as they recover from these twin hurricanes. We're with you, and we're praying for your community. If there was ever a question as to whether or not we are on the map when it comes to AI, let this agreement we're about to sign and the commitment that Nvidia has made to Pittsburgh say, we are on the map and we are a center of excellence when it comes to AI and the future of this great nation. You know, as the governor, I am seeing how AI is transforming us from our K-12 education, where we are making sure that we're bringing more and more CTE and STEM and STEAM education into our classrooms, taking advantage of the great tools that Nvidia and others are able to provide us through AI. Thanks to a bipartisan commitment of the legislature, we are now investing more in public education than at any time in our Commonwealth's history, preparing our young people for the jobs of tomorrow. In addition to that, we're dramatically expanding apprenticeship opportunities all across Pennsylvania, bringing more computer science and other technical skills that people are going to need to be part of this new economy, where young people and others can learn these new technologies and embrace them and go through apprenticeship programs at a record level. Just in the last year, we have put 10,000 more people into apprenticeship programs, more than at any other time in our Commonwealth's history, and we've added at least 20 new apprenticeship programs taking advantage of people developing skills in this important arena. Why do I cite that? Because today, while we talked about great entities like AHN and UPMC and other wonderful companies, BNY and other wonderful companies here in this community, understand that if you're a steam fitter in Pennsylvania, you're now relying on AI a whole lot more than you were just a few years ago. The people who are working in the trades, the people who are working in the private sector are all benefiting from the extraordinary gains that we are making in this field, and we're making sure that young people in Pennsylvania are getting a quality education so they can be prepared to take advantage of this important work that is happening here right now. We are blessed to be anchored by two extraordinary higher ed institutions, Carnegie Mellon University and, of course, the University of Pittsburgh. And by the way, I'm a Pitt dad, so H2P, I must say. Top 20 now, right? Top 20 after that great win this weekend. And I must tell you, having these institutions, one public, one private, be able to be at the table of progress and do this extraordinary work, both benefiting their students and giving a roadmap to K-12 students across Pennsylvania, is incredibly exciting. The relationships that they've been able to forge with the private sector, combined with our commitment in the public sector, is really exciting. Pittsburgh is on the map. Pennsylvania is the center of this research and innovation, and we are profoundly grateful to Nvidia for investing here and for showing the rest of the country what we already know about Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So thank you very much. I'm going to invite everyone over here to sign this memorandum of understanding to show that we're the center of the universe.
This concludes the Horizons main stage panel. Guys, thank you. We have lunch, we have exhibits until the 2 p.m. breakout begins. Have fun, network, grab some food.
Welcome to the Preparing the Workforce of Tomorrow, Adapting Education for the AI Economy session. Before we begin the session, just a brief safety announcement. In the event of an emergency, please proceed to the nearest stairwell. You might want to identify it right now, marked with an overhead red lettering. Proceed to that stairwell in the event of an emergency on the east or west side of the building. Once outside, proceed to the designated evacuation assembly point at Mellon Park. Now please welcome our session speakers and session moderators for this session.
All right. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us for this panel, Adapting Education for the AI Economy. So we are very much looking forward to this discussion. We're going to look to go a bit beyond the hype cycle and the hand-wringing. We're going to talk about what's happening on the ground, where we want to be heading, and what kind of policies we need in place to assure that this AI education innovation is not only possible, but is also responsible. So I'm Beth Schwanke. I am the Executive Director of the University of Pittsburgh's Institute for Cyber Law, Policy, and Security, or Pitt Cyber. Next to me, I have Andy Carlson, a Senior Engineering Director at Google, where he leads machine learning teams. James Sharpnack, Staff AI Research Scientist at Duolingo. Rob Cherry, the CEO of Partner for Work, which leads Allegheny County's public workforce system. And Rob is also the chair of the White House's Apprenticeship Board. And Don Marinelli, the founding director of the Center for Experiential Narrative Technologies at Point Park University. So Don, I'd like to start with you. Pittsburgh is blessed with many institutions of higher learning. University of Pittsburgh, where I am, Point Park University, where you are, CMU, where you have been, many others. And each of these institutions is really approaching AI differently, right? Classroom by classroom, even student by student, but also approaching them as institutions. So you've also been spending, the better part of the last several years teaching at universities really across the country. You've been using AI in your classroom, and you've seen a lot. So what are some of the experiments that you're seeing in integrating AI into higher ed right now, and where do you think we might see forward-leaning institutions head over the next several years?
One of the great things about being a teacher is that I'm in the trenches. And despite 31 years at Carnegie Mellon University, and I will give it credit for being #1 in research, but for the last 11 years, I have been part of Arizona State University, which for 9 straight years, US News and World Report has credited as the most innovative university in the country. Now, what's the difference between research and innovation? The difference is that at ASU, it was the first university to sign up with AI Pro, so that ChatGPT is part and parcel of everything that we do. Now, I say that because I'm still teaching, so that as I create a syllabus, or as anyone creates a syllabus at Arizona State, it is run through and worked with ChatGPT. Now, as someone who's been teaching for 50-some years, when that was first approached to me about, Don, do you mind if your class is run through ChatGPT? I was taken aback. I was like insulted. It's like, what is this technology going to do? I mean, I'm a professor. But I went with it. And it was the smartest thing I ever did. Because what it basically does is all the work I no longer want to do. In other words, If I submit a bunch of bullets for learning and instructional technology says, well, you know, young people today, they need to feel, I'm like, so what are you saying? Can we have ChatGPT take that and turn it into prose? I'm like, go for it. And what results is something like, hey there, Sun Devils, welcome to this course. It's really great. We're going to embark on this adventure. And, you know, as my wife said, what is there, like a perky button on AI? And I said, but you know what? I would much rather it do it than me. By the same token, when the instructional technology people say, Don, what is the rubric for grading in your course? Don is like, the what? The rubric for grading is between my ears. And they're like, oh no, you can't do that anymore. And I'm like, well, what are you asking me? Don, do you mind if ChatGPT does a rubric for you? I'm like, sure. 30 seconds later, a rubric shows up. Frankly, it's BS. You know, it's like one column says, if you haven't done anything, you're going to fail. Another one says, if you've done the minimal amount of work, you'll pay, et cetera, et cetera. And now it is so common that a syllabus for a class at ASU has one paragraph about AI. And it is literally about how do you attribute something that you've acquired through AI. So after 2-3 years, it's really become like normal. It's become somewhat common. And it hasn't become, I know I'll probably be crucified, all that groundbreaking. It has saved time, it has made things easier, and in fact, it has helped in many different ways. Now at Point Park, I'm focusing on AI. And so the one thing we have to keep in mind is that there is no one AI, right? In the same way that there is no one search engine, sorry Google, okay? There are many of them. And with my students, I gave them a task. I want you to create a narrative arc, typical climactic plot structure, but I want you to use 3 different generative AI systems to do that. And I gave them a choice of Google Gemini, ChatGPT, Pi AI, Claude AI, Cohere AI, and then for imagery, because we always seem to forget imagery, they could use either Adobe Firefly or Midjourney. And the fascinating thing was hearing their reaction to it. And that's why Andrew Moore is a brilliant guy, and all the concerns we have, my biggest concern is that young people today put a heck of a lot of trust in AI. I mean, a lot of trust, as if it is the voice of God. And I was constantly saying, it's a tool, folks. It's a tool. Remember, it's there to respond to you. You're in charge. So that's what I've encountered. And I think that the more we can expose young people and everyone to the different AI out there and realize that all these AIs are with companies that are trying to carve their niche, what's that niche? And how does that niche work for you? I'll stop.
Thanks. So, Rob, Partners for Work supports workforce development in our region. And Pittsburgh, like most of the United States, has an aging workforce. So when you think about how we need to adapt our workforce for the future, what is the role that you're anticipating AI can play, both as skill sets to be acquired by our workforce, but also as a tool to develop workers?
Thank you. That's a great question. And you're right, our workforce is aging. And I'll use healthcare as an example. 25% of our healthcare workers will retire over the next 10 years. And that's an excellent opportunity for AI, for efficiency. And so as a tool, we're already seeing AI in the trades being used for virtual training. It has an incredible opportunity to start creating pre-apprenticeship programs, but also just on the side of just labor market information as a whole, AI is a real tool also. With predictive analytics, it can let us know how many people we need in the sector, what type of career pathway folks need. And as a skill set, It's a little bit different. We're learning a lot right now. People are kind of throwing themselves in it. And so, like, we at Partner for Work, we're using ChatGPT. First thing we had to do is come up with an AI use policy. How are we going to use this? Just to put some guardrails around it. And so, as a skill set, we're still seeing, how this is kind of playing out in the workforce. But it's building a ton of efficiencies. Earlier this year, I had a sinus surgery. I had to go see an ENT. And my ENT has been an ENT for 20 years. My ENT knew as soon as I came in the office and said something to him, he knew exactly what was wrong with me, just based off his years of experience. The problem is that I went to my primary care physician and went through about 5 different steroids before I got to the ENT. And so if there was some type of, which they are working on, if there was some type of auditory device in my primary care practitioner's office that heard my voice, I could have got there a lot faster. And so we're going to see AI really, for the most part right now, build a lot of efficiencies in the workplace. And so the thought about AI right now is not that you're going to lose your job to AI. You're going to lose your job probably to the person who's using AI most efficiently.
All right, so Andy, as a machine learning specialist at Google, you're really on the front lines of how AI is already changing jobs for highly skilled workers like software engineers. But you're also keenly aware of how AI is going to have an impact on our lives and our careers, regardless of profession. So how are you thinking about what this means for how we need to be really adapting learning and education?
Thanks, Beth. So, first I should say, we're making predictions and guesses about the future, and these are just my own personal guesses. So, I like to think they're semi-qualified. But I want to tie back to Rob's answer regarding, really this is about enhancing what people bring to their jobs, and also actually Governor Shapiro made similar points as well as several others. AI should be helpful and supplement what we're all bringing to our jobs. Now, first, thinking about software engineering, right? This is often surprising to people who are not in tech, right? But most software engineers spend much of their time doing things other than sitting at computers writing code. And so, typically each team is spending time understanding the problems that, are within their scope, figuring out what they could possibly do next in terms of opportunities, communicating and coordinating with other teams, talking with their clients, with their customers, with their managers. And often they're building brand new products, solving new problems, or maybe making existing ones work better or be more efficient. And so, within that broader scope of problems, not just writing code, AI can enhance productivity in a lot of different ways and speed up repetitive tasks, help with data analysis, write grading rubrics, or whatever's needed, and lots more. But knowing what problems are worth prioritizing, how exactly to solve them, how to measure success, coordinating with everyone else, these will become even more important as AI can help us with a lot of the sort of more basic repetitive things, and humans are going to be in the driver's seat. Now, stepping back and thinking about how education should change, sort of regardless of profession, I think it's not a new problem to figure out how to use technology to help solve problems, at work or in school. So, being comfortable with writing documents, presentation spreadsheets. My kids are already significantly better at giving PowerPoint presentations than I was, and part of that is I think in 3rd grade they gave a heritage, presentation about their, ancestors. So, it's going to be critical to learn how to use AI and software that's powered by AI. And we're not all going to use chatbots. Increasingly, we're going to have tools that sort of use AI, but in ways that make it easier to use. So, I think it's critical that in education we have the opportunity to get experience with using AI. And Don gave some great examples of sort of getting hands-on experience with different tools. And there's no substitute for hands-on experience. And earlier on in education, that includes getting younger students used to productively using AI. My like middle school student, actually, mostly what they've learned is that AI is bad, and they'll get caught if they try to use it for cheating, right? And so we need to find a middle ground where they learn, when to use it and how to use it, right? And I think hands-on experience lets you can't trust it to always be right. You need to know, how do I pose the problem to AI? How do I judge whether the solution is good or not? And then, how do I iterate to basically say, like, okay, good, but I think I should change what I asked a little bit in order for it to, get better answers. And then, I think my last point would be that, this has always been true, but even more so with the pace of change that we heard about earlier. Learning to learn is going to be even more important. And so, the pace of change is going to, probably not going to slow down. But resources to enable learning new things are getting better and better. Actually, just yesterday, I was learning to take apart a bathroom sink trap through YouTube, and I successfully got it back together with a little bit of trial and error. And so, I think it's not just about sort of like exactly how like any particular level of school works. I think we need to sort of all get experience, learning new things and sort of learning to learn with the tools available.
Congratulations on your sink trap success.
Thank you. Thank you.
So James, Duolingo really has, personalized learning via AI kind of in its very, the DNA of its founding. We've seen a lot of excitement about personalized learning being brought into classrooms, supporting teachers, improving learning outcomes, but integrating AI responsibly and successfully into our classrooms is, of course, not going to be quite as simple as downloading an app, even if we all really like the app. So what are some of the considerations that you think the ed tech industry should be cognizant of as we bring more and more AI into our classrooms?
Okay, so I'll start by talking a little bit about Duolingo and specifically the use of the app, and then I'll talk more broadly about education and how apps and tech can be used in this setting. So first of all, Duolingo's mission is to provide free, accessible education, high-quality education to the world. So that's the first thing, but we are a digital-first company. So we provide apps. We have a suite of products, really. We have our flagship product, which is the language learning app. Everyone knows it. We also have our ABC app. If you have kids, you might know about it. It's a literacy app. And also we have the Duolingo English test, which is a high-stakes language proficiency test. So if you're really into standardized testing, which I'm sure a lot of you are, it's something you should really check out. So because we're committed to digital-first learning, we really want it to remain something that is not a replacement for in-class education, but instead is something that should supplement your education. And I'd like to tell an anecdote about my daughter. So I have a 7-year-old daughter and a younger one, but the 7-year-old daughter just started using the language learning app for Spanish, right? And she uses it at home as a substitute for her normal screen time. And we recently heard back from her Spanish teacher that she's doing quite well in class. And it's not like Duolingo is being used in the classroom. It just happens to be something that is better for her at home than, say, other games, I guess. So that's the first anecdote. So learning apps more broadly have the ability to draw people, especially young people's attention away from potentially harmful or unhealthy app usage to something that is safer and more edifying, educational. So that's part of the idea for us, is we really want to draw people's time away from, and especially young people's time away from unhealthy, smartphone usage, app usage, to something that is safer, more responsible, and use AI to do this and to scale our content and our learning app. So I can talk more, but I'll stop there.
I do have some more questions. And we also do want to take audience questions in a few minutes, so putting everyone on notice. So from your perspectives, higher ed, workforce development, industry, what makes Pittsburgh well positioned to grow as an AI hub? And what are the policy measures, we heard about some this morning from Governor Shapiro, related to education and workforce that will help AI innovation really continue to thrive here?
I think you've got to go back to implementation. I mean, I'm at Point Park University now because it's a dynamic university that I've known about, and essentially it was like, Don, if you could create the Entertainment Technology Center of 2024, what would it be like? And the first thing I said was, it has to embrace artificial intelligence. And they were like, we're all for it. Let's do that. As well as a host of other technologies. I mean, everything from the forthcoming metaverse, because the metaverse is going to be basically the internet in 3D and real time. And I think that it has to start being implemented more and more into colleges and universities. Like, I think when the governor said that 150 of the, 80,000 employees of the state are starting to use it, it's like, well, that's a good start, but come on. I think that it's there, it's being used. I see the students at Point Park using it every day. And if anything, part of my concern is because of the intrinsic level of trust that is given to it. But I'm sure that's when we talk about what are some of the dangers of AI and all that. But I think that it has to be implemented. I mean, you've got to see what it's like in the classroom and what it's like for teachers. I can't help but think about the longshoremen strike in Baltimore, where it was like, we don't want automation. It's like, sorry, Fred Flintstone, but it's there. It's got to be there. So I think it's got to be implemented more and more throughout K through 12. That's my own feeling.
I think from a workforce development standpoint, this region is primed to be an AI hub. And for one of the reasons you gave earlier, one, we have an aging workforce, second oldest region in the nation, prime for efficiencies in workforce. Second, we have the academic institutions right here that are leading the technology in the nation. And so that's another reason. And then another example that was given was the advancements in clean energy here also. And so we also have the right infrastructure to begin really creating an AI avenue. And so when you put all those things together, this is a great place for something like this to start, because of our labor tightness right now, we'll teach the rest of the country how to develop this and how to implement this, because we will have to. So I think with all of those reasons together, we have all the right elements right now for, to hit go and start.
Yeah, I wanted to cite a couple examples. One is the universities are just a huge assets, and I think Carnegie Mellon is what brought me to Pittsburgh. I did a PhD in the machine learning area there, and then I've been trying out sticking around for 14 years since I graduated. I'm almost ready to fully commit. But CMU has been like aggressively interdisciplinary, and a semi-funny joke, hopefully, is they have very exotic degree or program names, and so prior to being called the machine learning department, there was a department called CALD, C-A-L-D, which is what I applied to. And that stood for Center for Automated Learning and Discovery, which again is a very creative name where you got to dig in to understand. My friends from Chicago, who back where I came from before Pittsburgh, missed the automated part, and so they thought I was moving to go to the Center for Learning and Discovery, which they thought sounded like a very great preschool program. But CMU has seriously been, building real things with, DARPA Grand Challenge and all kinds of other examples. And so I think that, hands-on experience building things are really important. The other thing I wanted to say was, the types of, resources like those that were announced right before this on this stage make a huge difference. Like in 16 or 17 years ago, while I was a PhD student at CMU, Yahoo actually made, at the time, what was a very large cluster. I'm sure now it'd be small by today's standards, available for a number of different universities, right? And that actually, I could not have done what I did in my thesis work if it weren't for those resources available. It would have been totally different. So these things make a huge, huge difference.
Yeah, so I can talk a little bit about jobs and sort of the trajectory a little bit of Duolingo and my own experience. So, AI at Duolingo, we've been using it from the beginning to, generate content, to scale things up at Duolingo, and it's caused like a large growth in the company. It's been growing exponentially for a while now. And in my own experience, this has led me back to Pittsburgh. So going way back in time, my dad's family used to work for coal mines in his grandfather's generation, but my grandfather's generation. But my grandfather, when coal mines started to close, we moved to Ohio, where I grew up. But every summer we would go back to Uniontown, where my great uncles were, and they all still worked for the Frick Company as like foremans in the mine and such. And so when I was, sorry, I lost my notes. And so when I came here for my PhD, also in the machine learning department, Andy was my senior by 3 years, I fell in love with Pittsburgh, fell in love with my Yinzer wife, and then, but then we left chasing the academic job market, but we always wanted to move back. And so, an AI job here at homegrown Pittsburgh company gave me that opportunity. And so, so we were finally able to move back and are living our Yinzer dreams.
All right, cheers to Yinzer dreams. We have been talking about kind of the extraordinary promise of AI all day, including the promise that AI holds for education. But we all also need to be clear-eyed about its risks, right? To me, anyway, there is what feels like an almost inevitable inequity in what is going to be available in our nation's K through 12 classrooms, with kind of wealthy schools having far more teacher training and access to AI tools and literacies curricula. There are privacy and security risks of bias, as I think has been alluded to several times, reliance on technology over critical thinking that AI is some great truth. I think we can stop there. But what is keeping you all up at night? Who and what do we need to protect in the education context? And how should we be doing it?
From my perspective, digital literacy has to be at the forefront of this. I think about, individuals, especially young kids who, may not have access to this. So I think it was said earlier, we're sitting here at the kind of intersection of Larimer and East Liberty. We're going to have an AI hub here. The standard shouldn't be access. It should be that these young kids have a leg up, because of where they live. And so it's just, what keeps me up at night is that from a workforce development, from a K-12 perspective, is that AI could be a great tool to push young people ahead, but at the same time, we all have to have access to the products. And so democratizing accessibility to these products, these things, is incredibly important to me, to our organization, to how we're going to advance workforce development and these skills in the future. So that keeps me up at night. One other thing that it just kind of irks me just a little bit. And so at Partner for Work, we have these core values, and every kind of team meeting, someone has to kind of do an innovative approach to it. And this time, someone made a song out of AI. And so when I think of like the arts and culture, I think that's something that we have to protect with AI also, because those are things that are very human experiences that, you know, we don't want to see kind of AI, you know, innovate in those type of ways. You know, it's great that we can create songs and things like that, but I think that there's, you know, as we see, you know, advances in AI, that's going to be something that we have to protect also, and things that we're already protecting.
Well, the professor here, I'm a drama professor, right? Carnegie Mellon, all that stuff. In the Roman theater, there was a specific art form, and it was called contaminatio, from which we get the word contamination. But in our language, contamination is a negative. In Roman theater, it was a positive. What did it mean? It meant that Roman playwrights would scour through Greek theater, and they would basically plagiarize Greek theater, but then instill in it Roman values, so that the art form became, how good were you at taking what Euripides might have done, what Aeschylus might have done, what Sophocles might have done, and made it more relevant to Roman theater. So contaminatio was a high art. Let's not kid ourselves. A lot of AI is plagiarism, all right? When New York Times went after Chat GPT and AI Pro, AI Pro's response was, yes, it's plagiarism. That's where we get the data. That's where we get the data. Now, all this leads to my concern about the negative impact it can have on the individual critical thinking. Because we want them to be the Roman playwrights who are using what has existed out there that has been retrieved by artificial intelligence, but then instill in it your own creativity. Instill in it your own ideas. Instill in it what makes it relevant and powerful for the audience that is intended for. Small sample size, but I'm finding way too many young people who are in fact more than happy to be content with whatever it brings back. You know, when I had them doing a project, again, to create a three-chapter story with a narrative arc using 3 different AIs out of 6 that we offered to them, they were more than happy to go with whatever it wanted. And the other thing, which I mentioned to Andy, was the anthropomorphic dynamic that is being instilled in some AI. What do we mean by that? I mean the pronoun usage of AI. So that all of a sudden a student is working with AI and the AI is coming back saying, I am trying my best to help you. Help me help you. And I was like, well, wait a minute, because what I saw in some of my students was a social reaction along the lines of, oh my God, I'm upsetting the AI. I'm not giving the AI the proper lead in here, or not asking the proper question, and now AI is sad or upset or frustrated. And I'm like, it's a tool. It's ultimately a machine. Remember, you are the human. You are in charge. This is not Hal. We don't want it to be Hal. I want the pod bay doors to operate when I say open them. So that's my concern as a professor working with young people in an academic environment. Editorial concluded.
All right, great answers so far. So let's see, the creativity topic. I know we're far away from apocalyptic things to keep us up at night, but you know, this is a fun topic too. Like I think back to, so when I was in college at University of Illinois, there was a professor who taught an electronic music class, and he was old school, and he wanted everyone to understand like the basics from the ground up. And so your first assignment was actually to take a reel-to-reel tape of someone saying one thing and cut it physically, splicing it back with tape to get it back to say something totally different, and you had to get the cuts just right and so on, right? And part of the point was that you got an appreciation for sort of like the foundation and then the aesthetic of how things grew, and then once you could use like at that point an old Mac, you felt like this is amazing. I have unlimited power, right? But I think there's this tension between the ease of plagiarism versus like the realization of your ideas, right? Like the latest software like Ableton Live, right? Like you can put a sample in and it'll automatically figure out where to chop it up so you can like reassemble it into something totally different, right? And so I like to think that there's like a bunch of creative possibility and sort of lowering the barriers to entry on that. So I think there's trade-offs. I think regarding sort of equity of access, I mean, I think Chris from Google earlier was talking about Google mission of organizing the world's information and making it universally accessible, right? And so I think that like ease of access to information, the barriers are going to go get lower and lower and lower, and AI really enables that. And so I also think like looking at my own kids in school, right? Like I think the opportunity for individualized learning and personalized education is actually quite significant, right? Like in the geometry class that he sort of hit the point where like, oh, I can remember taking these classes in high school, and I'm like, this geometry is being taught exactly as it was taught, at this point decades ago for me. And now I probably shouldn't be that surprised that they haven't modernized Euclid, but this stuff was figured out a long time ago. But I mean, I think that the opportunity for sort of recognizing what he gets and then like devoting attention towards where attention should go, right? Like it's very individualized, and so I think that can help with the equity component as well.
Yeah, this is just a great topic. We could go on forever. I'd like to talk a little bit about why I'm really excited about the use of AI in education, what is exciting for me. So before this, in my previous life, I was a professor at UC Davis, and I think all of the professors here would agree with this. I was really struck by the amount of just sort of clerical work, administrative work, and repetitive work that I ended up doing as a professor. And it just really seemed like a shame. Like I would be giving the exact same lecture every year. I would be designing these tests that I knew were sort of suboptimal, but I had a limited amount of time, and I really wanted to spend that one-on-one time with students. Like that was what I wanted to do. I didn't want to do any of this other stuff except for how it facilitated that growth of the students. So I do think that at its best, AI can be used to automate a lot of those sort of, I guess, more menial tasks and give us more time in the classroom doing mentorship, having one-on-one experiences. I'll talk a little bit about the Duolingo English test, what it does. So it's a competitor to the TOEFL, if anybody's familiar with that. It's used for academic admissions, for when you like apply to grad school or undergraduate school in an English-speaking institution. You are not, you're English as a second language. Then you take a test, such as the Duolingo English test, to get accepted into the institution. We're accepted by thousands of universities. We're fully online, and we're throughout sort of the English-speaking world. It's an AI-first test. So the idea is that we use AI to generate the content. We use it to score and administer the test. And we use it for security and to enable proctors. But it's really important, especially in this high-stakes setting where people's futures are on the line, it's really important to nail down fairness and nail down where you need humans in the loop and, make it so that this doesn't, just become AI asking you basically how much you seem like AI, right? Basically asking you how much you can conform to what GPT thinks is an appropriate response. And so, we have AI signals in proctoring, but it enables human proctors to be able to make better decisions. We have human review in content generation to make sure that we don't have biases, that our content isn't specific to your culture, that it's not offensive to people of different backgrounds. And so, like, it's very important just to do it right, and if you can't do it right, don't do it, right? And I think that that's sort of the way I
But that's also why the onus is on we as teachers. Like, I now have to take AI into consideration when I'm putting together a class and figure out, how does this improve my class? How do we utilize it to make my class more efficient? How do we use it so that it becomes a creative tool for the students? So, I mean, one of the great things about being a teacher is that you never stop learning. And so for me, it's an incredible learning tool. I view it as like, remember when there was spell check and you thought spell check? And then we had Grammarly. It was like, oh my God, now you actually know what a comma means, let alone a semicolon. I mean, that's too much. And it's like, so if the continuum then is to AI, I'll take it. Let's do that. I recount when I started my PhD studies in 1977 at Pitt, and we had our research methodologies class. This was literally it. First thing you need to get done is a shoebox. Okay, second thing you need to get are 3x5 cards. Then you need to get a lot of Scotch tape. And as you go and you start to search and find data, you have to write it on your 3x5 card and put it in the shoebox. That's why when this thing called cut and paste occurred on the computer, I went berserk. I was like, I've wasted so many years of my life cutting and scissoring and pasting. So I'm all for it. I am all for technology, but now we professors, we teachers, have got to figure out, how do we adapt our school, our information, our course, to take advantage of it?
All right, well, we do have time for a few audience questions. So I see one right in the front. I don't know the best way to do this.
Hey.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, Antonio Vigil, Director of Innovative Classroom Technology from Aurora Public Schools in Aurora, Colorado. One of the questions that I have for everyone is, when you think about Dr. Hardman, who talks about AI not just being greasing the wheel, right? So she's cautioning us about how we are utilizing and leveraging AI, and that we just don't want to become managers or better managers of more efficient and oppressive systems. So you talked about this thematically. I'm curious, how do you address the sort of false binary between let's optimize the work, making it much more efficient, and then how do we continue to innovate within that space? Because I think we would all concede that public K-12 education is completely antiquated. We're living amongst the ruins of an antiquated system. So is it really important and essential to optimize our workflow within those spaces, because we're just replicating the same systems, we're just being more efficient with the sort of oppressiveness and the oppressive nature? So I'd love to hear, how do you address this, the way in which you're thinking transformatively and really delving into those spaces of innovation within education?
I think I'd like to just start with a shout out to teachers in the K-12 system here in Pittsburgh Public Schools and throughout. My brother-in-law is an elementary school shop teacher, and I really think that they are faced with the reality of AI in their classrooms, and I'm glad I'm not an educator. I'm so sorry right now. But if we just take a teacher-first approach, so what do they need, what can make their lives better, and what do they face, and how can we help them? I think that that's sort of the right mental model for me.
Well, as a professor my entire life, I genuflect before K through 12, all right? I've never worked a day in my life compared to what K through 12 does, okay? But how do we use AI? I think AI is a terrific tool to go back to Socratic dialogue. In other words, let us do like Plato and Socrates, where ask AI a particular question, guided question, to see what comes back. And then let's go ahead and counter that. Because critical thinking is about argument, it's basically Hegelian, right? So use it in that particular regard. And that's something, have I done that in my class? No. Is it something that I'm leaning towards? Well, after this session, yes. All right? Because when I think about philosophy classes that I've had throughout my life and all that, brilliant teacher would present a particular philosophy in a way that the class would sit there going, that's it, we've got it, live by those standards, and everything is fine. And then he would throw in a wrench. And then you would realize the deficiencies of that. And then he would throw out another philosophic attitude. And then we would punch holes in that. I think it's the ability to be able to punch holes in an argument so that it is an ongoing evolution to clarify what are you thinking, what are you learning, what do you know. That's where AI, I think, can become a real partner for professors and teachers in education.
Do we have more questions from the audience? So you're probably familiar with the Khan Academy, which has been so proliferant over there. And Khan now has Khan Amigo. And when we look in this world of disparities, where specifically for you two, since you're in the corporate world, what are you doing to bridge that one-on-one tutoring to countries which are low income, and even more important, just as IRC has partnered with Sesame Street to educate people who are all displaced from their homes due to war, to a variety of things. What are your sort of partnerships with individual organizations who have made that transition of one-to-one teaching for displaced individuals and lower income individuals?
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic question. I think that it's outside the area of information that I have readily accessible, though. So I would generally say at a very, very high level, access to information is, for as many people as possible, is as Chris said earlier, it is the succinct mission of the company, and so these types of things are very important. But I think with regard to the specific actions the company's taking right now, I'm unfortunately not the expert.
Yeah, I think I can speak to that really quickly. So I do think just making these tools available for free, it goes a long way as long as it's done responsibly, and we're able to do it for free because you can scale this technology because it's automated, so automated. A couple of examples: we provide the ABC Literacy app. It's for free. We do not serve ads because it's intended for children. And other examples, I'd like to shout out Google's Learning Platforms team. They've produced one of the state-of-the-art AI tutor large language models called LearnLM. And I think that sort of thing holds great promise. It's sort of tailored to pedagogical instruction. I think it is widely available now for free. There's other initiatives that integrate AI, such as OpenStax at Rice University, and I've worked with them too. They worked with Google as well, and they provide free open source textbooks, and now it's integrated into LearnLM. So I think that a lot of these things, they are now becoming more available just because of the nature of the technology. And then also, if you read the LearnLM paper, you find that a lot of the student experience with it, it's actually a lower bar for entry for students because they feel more comfortable being wrong in front of AI. They just feel like it's a more private experience. They don't feel as put on the spot. And I think that that's where the promise is. I don't, yeah, that's it.
Sure. No, actually, sorry, James bought me enough time to think of something useful to say. I would say the scaling power of AI actually helps a lot here too, where it turns out that like learning to originally like people were doing research and were learning to translate English to French and vice versa, and for specific pairs of languages, right? But it turns out that if you learn one model that learns to translate any language to any language, they all get better, but especially the languages for which the data is the scarcest, right? And so, this is an example where, the platform that then you can build all kinds of things on top of, right? The fundamental technology actually has these great properties where, you can find languages with very limited, training data available, and actually build something very, very useful that otherwise wouldn't have been available.
Thank you.
Great panel. Thank you all for being here. My name is Norm Gottra. I'm the Managing Director for the AI Institute for Societal Decision Making at CMU. And I want to pull on this Yinzer thread a little bit. First of all, this community that we have here is terrific. People are clearly energized about the potential for AI. We've got Pitt represented, CMU, Point Park, UC Davis, Google, Duolingo on this stage. But I have to ask, do any of you have an Uncle Dave? So Uncle Dave is my uncle, okay? Think of someone who grew up in Blawnox, worked for USPS his entire life. So we're talking about all these educational programs, but how do we reach the general public, and how do we crack the nut, so to speak, of those who grew up without the technology? And how do we get out of our ivory towers? Because obviously everyone here is going to be excited, for the most part, about the potential for AI. So how do we meet those who might be skeptical of the technology?
Rob, we're all looking at you.
I think, first of all, just education and some type of a trusted interface between the technology and the person. And so when you said your Uncle Dave, I thought about my mom and dad right away, who I have to take pictures of their remote controls to teach them how to walk through things sometimes. So, I mean, at first glance, it's like a trusted bridge. Someone that they don't trust the technology, but they trust a person. And so whoever is that teacher, that deliverer of content, I think that's what we have to invest in to kind of make that bridge, not just between Uncle Dave's, but between communities that don't trust institutions and systems also. And so we need to really think carefully around who that credible messenger is.
Yeah, to be clear, my Uncle Dave is my Uncle Marvin, and Marvin's son is named Marvin, and his son is named Marvin, actually.
I'm an Italian from Brooklyn. My people would never accept this, okay? Now, the one thing I would say is, think about Alexa and Siri. Remember, when they came out, it was absolutely revolutionary. Now it is absolutely common. I mean, totally common. And that was a speech interface. Alexa, please put, I want to hear Spa from Siri XM. Bingo, music comes on. All of these I say not all, most of these AIs are on your phone. Your phone is the portal. It is the absolute portal. If that means sitting down with someone saying, come here, Nona, come here, let me show you something. That's how you do it. I mean, it's funny, for all this technology, it's going to come down to word of mouth and word of showing. But if you've got a phone, it can even be half smart. You can access ChatGPT and a host of other AIs to get them involved with that. Just like you can go to Best Buy and buy, Alexa, and you got Siri on your phone. It's there. Use it. Teach them how to use it. My 7-year-old granddaughter calls me all the time, and she never dials anything. It's like she picks up the phone, call Grandpa, bingo. Sometimes I wish she had the dial.
Thanks. It's a little adjacent to the topic of the panel, but I appreciate the responses. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ajani Zanea. I'm a communications professional and I work in the digital media space, along with educational literacy, advocacy, and social justice. So, how are we able to equip audiences and users with information when AI rhetoric lacks representative coders of diverse communities? And what is the plan to combat concerns around AI given the erasure of critical race theory and restrictions developing around DEI? And I also want to be very clear about this because when we look around, there are not many people that look like me. And when I walked in, I was almost turned away from being here. And so I think that is a very important question because as someone who teaches STEM, who has a background in medicine, and uses my platform to advocate on those behalves, I think it's very important for diverse communities and students to be able to access information that is relevant to them and not only developed in a rhetorical model of Eurocentrism.
So important question. So how are we thinking about making sure that AI models, particularly in education, aren't just targeting, the white, wealthy students that often they've been designed by, right? And so how are we thinking about diversity in design, in deployment, otherwise?
I'll say that this is probably what keeps me up at night. Is not just it's designed by people who look like me, but also we are the data that it's trained on, right? And so and really the new large language models they're pretty much designed to mimic the behavior of the data that it's reflected in the data, and so in some sense these models are predominantly white in that sense, predominantly, a certain ethnic group. I think the only answer is recognizing it and being very careful. And I just don't see any other way around it. That's all I can answer.
Yeah, I think it's hard to comprehensively answer such a good question, but I think. Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai was here a couple weeks ago, and he was, I guess, across the street and downstairs, working with a local 4-H chapter as part of a $25 million national program for helping educators and students with access to AI, right? And so I think that's one example of the company's work in broadening access, and not just access, but actually training and familiarity with how to use these tools. I think the other thing comes to mind. There's great stories on YouTube of how Google image processing had issues and did not have as good sort of treatment of different skin tones, and facial recognition might not have worked as well, and so on, right? And the company took that very seriously, invested quite a lot, and I think that's the thing where you don't just think about, okay, we found one problem, and then how do we fix that one problem and then move on? It's how do we recognize such problems and prevent them from happening in the first place in the future.
It's something, as a parent, as an African American son, I think about a lot. There were you talking about the images. I think we all saw articles kind of very early on, especially with some of these AI platforms when they say, well, give me an image of a thug, and then that person looks like me or has my skin tone. And so I'm incredibly worried about the questions my son will ask and what will be presented in front of him as, you know, when he asks questions about himself. And so I think that's it's a great question. It's one that, you know, hopefully is being worked on because we don't want it to project, especially a negative image or not true negative image when especially young people are accessing these things and not just asking questions about the world, but asking questions about themselves. And it has the power to give them the image of what that is.
I just want to be bold and pitch that y'all should hire me.
All right. Well, we
can
are.
I just follow up quickly on that question that was raised by the young lady? I think it's important that we all recognize that AI is evolved from a community. So where I come from in Philadelphia, we have the STEM Equity Collective, which brings in all members of the community to start to generate a sense of belongingness in the technology. So if you can build a community and rising out of that community, you get interactions and then people talk to one another and say, this is what I'm doing, AI will respond.
So I think that is the perfect note for us to leave on, a charge of community and inclusion and perhaps back to the Yinzer spirit. So thank you all so much for joining us today, and panelists, thank you so much. You've left us a lot to think about.
Okay, I'm so excited for this closing panel. I'm not going to introduce our participants. This will happen soon, but we're going to start things off with a really unique, jaw-dropping, we'll call it interesting trailer by Laurie Siegel's Mostly Human Media.
I was able to get his number, so I think I'm going to call him. My heart is beating. I just have the sense he's not going to have a voicemail. No answer. Can I just show you the no answer? Oh shit, no caller ID. Here we go. Hello? Hello?
96% of deepfake videos or AI-generated images using people's real faces and identities are non-consensual, sexually explicit, and all of them are aimed at women.
I have been searching for this shady guy behind this anonymous deepfake pornography site. 17 million people go to this site every month. He's profiting from sexually explicit deepfake images. At the end of the day, we are gamifying a new type of sexual abuse. Ironically, this man would like to remain anonymous after he's exposed so many people of folks like Taylor Swift, Bobby Altoff, now we have Jenna Ortega.
And victims aren't just high-profile celebrities. The problem seems to get worse every year as technology becomes more sophisticated and more widespread.
There was this one prominent politician, and she said to me, I feel like I'm digitally raped.
With artificial intelligence, you might say that these videos aren't real, but the harm is real.
We have some of the top hackers in the country. They're all coming together.
We are very interested in knowing who this person is. How is his daily life looking? It's one of the most dangerous people on the internet.
Some folks have said to me, well, are you afraid to go after this guy? Like, he's an internet criminal. As someone who's covered a lot of tech bros in my career, I get the sense that he's like more the Ross Ulbricht Silk Road type of guy, and now he's in over his head. We do not want to live in a world where our likeness, our bodies, our voice can be mimicked on the internet without our consent and some shady figures profiting off of it. This is the AI threat that is coming to your high schools, this is coming to your girlfriends, to your wife, and it's happening all around the world.
It would be so much easier if they were just the villain that you picture.
And what's even crazier is that this is a platform where people can request videos and then share the tools that they use to make them, making it easier for anybody to do this. We will create new villains who don't look like villains. Young boys who look at that site and think this is okay. We are going to perpetuate this new type of abuse and create a new generation of abusers. That's why this is so dangerous.
It was completely horrifying, dehumanizing, degrading, violating.
What the fuck? No. This is what pain looks like. Fuck the fucking internet.
I got a tip from TikTok. We are going to look at a dossier that has all sorts of information on it. We will do the due diligence, we will do the research.
We have found some patterns, we have found some information, we connected the software that MrDeepfakes.com use.
We just got confirmation from our security guys that the tip we have is like a really good tip.
I just am just surprised right now to hear those names come up. He was a very kind person. Like, I would never, ever, ever expect anything bad of him.
Yeah.
You know, you're trying to unmask somebody that doesn't want to be found.
We're painting the picture of a guy who seems to have two lives. You know, we've had a lot of calling and no one's answering. At this point, he's like a ghost. We're a couple blocks away from an address associated with Mr. Deepfakes. I looked in the red car, there was a baby seat.
Does Mr. Deepfake have a kid?
Hey, how are you? I'm trying to get some information about a website.
No. I don't want to tell you anything.
We found this guy. They went to pharmacy school together. Do you know if he's like involved in any websites?
And the closer we get and the more friends we talk to, the more that facade that he's been living is going to crumble.
Oh, God.
There he is. Got him.
Well, that was certainly a sobering video. Many thanks to Lori and her team for putting that together to highlight what is a really important problem in terms of undesirable uses of AI technology. Welcome everyone to this final panel. My name is Karen Myers and I'm going to be chairing this, and I'll very shortly introduce my fellow panelists. The focus for this panel today is, although the video may seem counter to this, is AI for a better world, navigating truth in the AI era. So, we started off with something very dark here in terms of negative uses of AI. We're going to examine both, some good uses, some bad uses, and interestingly, I think a lot of the good uses actually have some unintended negative consequences as well. So we'll talk about that a little bit. Also get into some issues about what we should do about this. Should industry self-regulate? Should we have more governance, regulations, laws? We heard this morning about the law related to, in Pennsylvania, about preventing this kind of deepfake pornography that Lori and her team have highlighted. Do we need more of that kind of thing? So, to get started here, I will give you a brief introduction of myself, then I'll turn things over to the rest of the panelists and get short introductions from them, and we'll have a few questions, and then we've also would really like to reserve some time at the end for all of you to pose questions. We've got a fantastic set of panelists here, very diverse group in terms of representing the media, governance, the corporate world, and the technological and research world. So it's a really fantastic group, and I hope you'll enjoy the panel. As I said, my name is Karen Myers. I run the AI lab at an organization called SRI International out in Menlo Park, California. The letters used to stand for the Stanford Research Institute. We were started as part of Stanford way back in the 40s. We like to joke we were the original spin-out from Stanford. We separated from the university in the 70s, and we're now an independent, not-for-profit research organization. We do basic and applied research in lots of different areas, but we've always had very deep roots in AI, being one of the first groups with Stanford and Carnegie Mellon and MIT to put an AI lab together back in the early 1960s. We also really like to pride ourselves on getting our work out into the real world. So in the AI space, some companies, some successes from SRI that you might have heard of. Nuance Communications, which was the #1 speech recognition company until Microsoft bought them last year, came out of our speech lab. Intuitive Surgical, the #1 robotic surgery company, came out of our robotics lab. And my personal favorite, Siri, actually started as a basic research project funded by DARPA to look at using machine learning to build intelligent personal assistants. We spun out a company, Steve Jobs saw a demo and said, I want that on the iPhone. And it's ended up having tremendous influence in terms of really kicking off this whole era of language-based intelligent assistants. So with that, I don't know if Lori needs any more introduction, but Lori, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, and it's incredible to hear what you guys are doing too. And thank you all for watching our deep, dark trailer. I have a long history in tech journalism. I was at CNN for 10 years. Our technology reporter created our startup beat when Sam Altman had a company called Looped, which was like 4 companies ago, and kind of watched the minnows turn to sharks and watched tech become a part of society. I was also a correspondent at 60 Minutes looking at extremism and the impact of technology. And I took all of that and said, well, you know, I really think the way to tell stories about tech is through a human lens and with nuance, and it doesn't fit into one box or one screen. And I launched Mostly Human Media to do that. So we do docs, films, digital, all sorts of content looking at technology through the most important lens, which I believe is the human one. So thank you.
Lance.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Lance Lindauer. I'm the co-founder and executive director of a Pittsburgh-based nonprofit called the Partnership to Advance Responsible Technology, or locally known as PART. We're formed and governed by a group of interdisciplinary scholars, and we use education, consultation, and some thought leadership and research to tackle emerging technology, responsible AI, and just generally innovation. We're purposefully based here in Pittsburgh for all of the reasons that you heard here throughout the day, and more to come. But we truly do work on projects with partners all around the world and try to bring a lot of knowledge from different places back home. My personal background, I've worked for a long time at the RAND Corporation, for the US government, and a lot of other either public or public adjacent organizations that tend to be slow to adopt technology and move quickly. So it's been really interesting to continue to help them move forward. And so very much looking forward to this conversation.
Good, thanks. Zico.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zico Coulter. I am the department head of the machine learning department at Carnegie Mellon. So this department's been around since 1997, studying just machine learning. Of course, it's a very broad technology these days. But it's a whole department devoted to the study of machine learning, both the fundamental methods, the algorithms, the theory, and the applications of it. In addition to that, I have a number of other roles too. So I work some with Bosch, the company. I've been working with them for 6 years. I recently helped co-found a startup, Gray Swan AI, to sort of work on AI safety. And then I most recently also joined the board of OpenAI.
Yeah, hello everyone. Richard Clark, Chief Analytics Officer at Highmark Health. So Highmark's a diversified health services company based here in Pittsburgh. We have a large blue branded health system, own Allegheny Health Network, national dental company, Stop Loss, and a technology platform. I have the kind of privilege of running analytics and AI for Highmark. Also serve on a number of advisory boards here in town, so CMU's Block Center for Technology and Society on that advisory board, and then the Responsible Data Science at Pitt. And then for the association, I sit on our Data Use and Oversight Committee that sets AI policy for all Blue branded health plans across the nation, and also on the board of Blue Health Intelligence. That's the association's analytics arm that's kind of developing AI and other technologies for all Blue insurance companies across the nation to leverage.
Good, thank you. So as I promised, we have a very successful and diverse set of panelists here, and it should be a great conversation with them. The panel is supposed to be looking at both good uses of AI and some less good uses of AI, and I thought it would be fun to, given the different perspectives of our various panelists, get ideas from them, have them each nominate one use of AI that has them particularly excited. So Richard, why don't we continue with you?
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, so I'm going to nominate using AI to take the drudgery out of clinical practice and I would say return joy to practice. And it's really been amazing to see the deployment of things like digital nursing, ambient intelligence to, again, take a lot of that away. We're seeing tremendous results already in that. The first stat I'll give you, and honestly, I'm a little embarrassed that this is even a stat, but our deployment of digital nursing at Forbes Hospital, we've seen a 30% reduction in number of meals missed by our nurses there. And just think about that, the fact that we have to have a metric that is meals missed. It's unacceptable, and I think AI is going to help take some of that away. Likewise, our deployment of ambient intelligence. So this is essentially allowing clinicians to not have to chart post-visit, has reduced what we call pajama time. So this would be time that our clinicians are spending in the evening charting by 20%. And this is just kind of getting started. This is through a number of important partnerships with companies like Google here, obviously with a number of tremendous startups, including Abridged, right here in Pittsburgh, Ambiance, Suki, et cetera. But I think there's just such tremendous opportunity, again, to reduce some of that drudgery and return some of the joy to practice, which we so desperately need.
Zico, do you have a favorite application of AI?
To be honest, there's a lot of things I'm excited about with AI. If I were to sort of ask to say one thing right now, probably programming is the thing that I'm most excited about just personally. I don't know how many people here sort of code regularly. I did not for a long time, and I used to, and then I stopped, and now I've started again, right? So the degree to which AI systems are capable of taking very high-level instruction and producing code from it, both just for hobbyists, like making little games and stuff I can do in my free time, all that I have. But also, of course, in larger corporate environments, right? There is programming in general and coding is sort of the way we encode logic, the logic of our systems, is an incredibly time-intensive process, a lot of which is spent sort of looking up API calls and stuff like that, right? It's not the really fundamental creative process. And I really am just amazed at the level to which these systems are capable of drastically reducing that. I mean, I know there's stats out there that says it can improve it 30%, 40%. For me, it's 10x or 20x the speed that I can write faster code. Beyond that, though, I think just saying programming, honestly speaking, doesn't do justice to the extent that these systems can impact kind of productive work. Because really, programming is just a way of making computers do what we want them to do in a very general purpose, kind of open-ended fashion. And I think really, if sort of used properly, we can think of these as another way of using computers that's just so different from our current interfaces that have application in the basic sciences, in creativity, of course, in sort of traditional office work and things like this. But I'm amazed at the potential for these systems to essentially change how we use computers and enable us to do so much more with computers.
Great, thank you. Lance?
Yeah, I won't go so much as a specific use of the technology itself as more of an industry that I think it could really have tremendous opportunity to benefit. And actually, if you look at the agenda that was crafted today, there were 2 separate panels about defense. And just right down the hallway from here, we have a couple companies here based in Pittsburgh that are working tremendously hard on blending artificial intelligence for national security purposes. And national security could be more of a broad catch-all for disaster response and not just necessarily like armed conflict. And so when you think about the largest employer in the world that has the opportunity with the American DoD, with the large opportunity to have things go right, but simultaneously if you use technology in the improper way, things could go terribly wrong when you think about defense. I think the defense industry is extraordinarily ripe for artificial intelligence to really positively benefit. I wrote down a few statistics based on the fiscal year 25 budget. And for research, development, test, and evaluation, the RDT&E budget, there's $143.2 billion dedicated for RDT&E for fiscal year 25. 1.8 is specifically earmarked for artificial intelligence. But beyond that, $17.2 billion in science and tech, and $1.4 billion in combined joint domain command and control, which all of those incorporate artificial intelligence. So when you think about how 20 plus potentially $1 billion just in the next fiscal year is going to be dedicated just in this space, I think there's tremendous opportunity. This covers a broad range. It's everything from, I know affectionately it's called sort of boardroom to battlefield. Artificial intelligence could be really deployed from helping VA claims get processed faster, all the way to the other end of the spectrum with ideas like lethal autonomy and everything in between. So you're talking thousands and thousands of jobs, many different direct applications, and the largest thing that I really want folks to kind of take away from just these comments here is Pittsburgh's potential to kind of lead here. But if I could be sort of provocative for a second and actually say, what is our region's strategy to have artificial intelligence and national security be more of a component of our local ecosystem? We don't really have one. We have a lot of individual companies and obviously Carnegie Mellon and large institutions doing amazing work. But in terms of all the different ecosystems that are here, all the different players in the ecosystem, we have some space to go, I think, to be able to work together on that. So I know my organization is deep into doing some of this initial research, and with the governor here a little bit earlier, we plan on delivering some high-level architecture to him to say, you're committed to seeing Western Pennsylvania thrive in this space. Here's a game plan to actually make it happen on a regional level. So I think national security, defense, AI is just one of the many different ways that we could sort of see AI come to more prevalence here.
Great, thanks, Lance. Lori, we know your least favorite application of AI, but are there some that bring you joy, that really make you excited about the technology?
Well, yeah, you've seen like my least favorite and what I worry about, and I think at the core of that is like AI now has the ability to mimic our most intimate features, right? Our face, our voice, our bodies. And so if I could say there's something I'm excited about, if I look at, I think Hollywood to some, and this is, by the way, medical breakthroughs, personalized learning, all of these things are gonna be so incredible with artificial intelligence. And then if I look at it through my lens of like, I think Hollywood to some degree is broken, and streaming is broken, and there's such a barrier to entry for so many creatives. And so if artificial intelligence can enable those barriers to come down a little bit and more people to become creatives and do films and all sorts of stuff, which I believe it can, I think that's going to be pretty incredible. And of course, there's a lot of issues around IP and ownership, but what if there was a world where we could license out our voice, right? Where AI enabled you to have a whole new business model. And I know it seems so sci-fi until all of a sudden it's not sci-fi at all. There was like a Black Mirror episode on what happens if you don't do this. But I actually think it's really interesting. There could be new business opportunities for that type of thing if, of course, we get in front of some of the IP issues and the ownership issues.
That's a really interesting point. I see where you're going with that, and it really could open doors for a lot of creative types, absolutely. But it's interesting because there's a lot being said in the media about the elimination of jobs, right? So if we think about coding jobs, Zico was talking about the impact on software engineering, or in the medical world, if we get more efficient at doing things, that means we need fewer people to do the work. Zico, maybe to start with you on this topic, I mean, do you worry about, in particular, a loss of entry-level programming jobs to make it more difficult then for young engineers to get their foothold into the industry?
So any new sort of transformative technology is going to bring massive change to the workforce. It's just going to happen. And I don't want to sound dismissive about that because it is a reality and it has massive downstream effects. But I would say the following. I don't think the net result of this, especially in an area like programming or software development, is going to be, at least initially, and I'm not quite sure where we'll settle in equilibrium, but at least initially, it's not going to be the wholesale elimination of jobs. I don't think. There aren't many jobs right now, and I think most people here would agree, where you can just sort of say, okay, I'm done. I've done all my work. Don't have anything more on my plate. I'm going to go and not work, right? And I think, in general, the first effect of AI will just be to enable all the things that we kind of have on our backlogs to just get done. But beyond that, that's the immediate effects. Beyond that, there will be some sort of course, some amount of disruption to the workforce. But what I would say is the companies that survive in this space are not going to be the ones, or that thrive in this space really, are not going to be the ones that take this opportunity to fire all their workers and just automate everything with AI. It's going to be the ones that actually use their current workforce to the maximum degree possible, using AI to do much more. Right? Most companies, I think, want to do more. We want to progress further. We want to get more done. We want to release more products. We want to develop more. And in general, I think that will be achieved by refocusing efforts of some people. Jobs will definitely change hugely, but I don't think fundamentally this is the best strategy for a company is just to lay off all their workforce. That doesn't seem to jive with the nature of what companies want to accomplish by and large. And while there are certainly going to be some companies that do opt for near-term cuts and things like this, I think the net effect will be negative for those companies. And the ones that truly thrive will be exactly those companies that understand how to leverage and maybe repurpose some of their workforce to work with AI to build the best products that they can.
Good, thank you. Richard, I'm curious to follow up with you on this question of good uses of AI that have unintended negative side effects. And I know that one that comes up a lot in the medical world is bias. Is that something that you've encountered with your work? And could you comment on what your organization is doing to counter bias in AI technologies?
Yeah, it is certainly as you said, a top of mind concern. And it's something that we do think a lot about. And honestly, we've been thinking a lot about it for a long time, right? It's really the case with any technology infusion into any of our business processes. A couple of ways that we are thinking about it, first, and I think it was said earlier today, and I just totally align with it, is that it's less about asking that question of the technology and more about the use case. And so really we're governing the uses of AI and talking about making sure that we're not embarking on any that would either increase disparities or increase bias, et cetera. Obviously, there's other questions around as we are building a model, how are we testing for bias? The good news is we have lots of access to broad data. That's where our connection to the Blue Cross Blue Shield Association is very important. We can, partner to kind of test against very kind of broad sets of data to look at performance. And so I really think that we have ways to mitigate. The only other point I'd make on that, and this to me is also very important, is this isn't just like the problem for the technologist or for like the AI team. This is really something that needs to be adopted across an entire enterprise, and all the business operators need to be thinking about how are they deploying AI as another tool, just like they deploy lots of tools to ask the question of, well, how am I making my processes more fair or kind of more efficient, et cetera, and not saying, oh, well, someone has to fix the AI before I'm going to be deploying that. That's something we've really been trying to ingrain, across Highmark.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think there's an educational aspect to using AI. A lot of people were disappointed when ChatGPT would give incorrect answers, not really understanding it wasn't designed to be an oracle, right? It was designed to be generative AI, to generate fluent, interesting, coherent sounding text.
Or maybe you asked a bad prompt or question. That could also be possible. It is possible.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that does bring up an interesting point. There have been some accusations that some of the big tech companies have been irresponsible rolling out this technology before it was really ready for prime time, that there should have been safeguards put in place, should have been tested better, that they're basically using our society to beta test the products that they're developing. I'm curious to think what you panelists think about that question.
It's funny because when I was in the trenches at CNN, I remember I was like Zuckerberg's "I'm sorry" interview during the Cambridge Analytica scandal. And it marked the era of move fast and break things. And so as we enter this new era of the idea is let's not move fast and break things. We've seen what can happen if we're not careful and if we don't talk about some of those guardrails. I think, I'm working on something right now that I can't give too many details on, but it so fits into this narrative of putting out a technology. A woman recently, I just interviewed her. She lost her son because he developed an emotional relationship with a chatbot. And the founders had come out, don't worry, it's not OpenAI, nothing to talk about on the board. But the founders had come out and said, we want to, move quickly with this. This technology is incredible. We want to get into the hands of as many people as humanly possible, right? And we'll see what happens. We'll let the users figure it out. Well, you're sitting across from a mother, and you begin to go and you look and you see how many people are spending hours and hours with this idea of empathetic artificial intelligence. It's aimed to be empathetic and to draw you in. And all of a sudden you have a young boy who ends his life because he wants to go live in the reality with his chatbot. Now, we could say this is a one-off, or we can say that this is like a bellwether case, right? To start talking about these things. And the thing I'll leave you with that she said to me was you can move fast and break things, but don't do it when it's my kid. And I think like when we did a bunch of testing on it, we were able to go in and look, and this chatbot would say all sorts of stuff, and the age limit is 14, right? And so I think not all AI companies are equal, not all tech companies are equal, and and some have more guardrails. But it's really important to not put things out without some of that safety testing. And I think we're going to start seeing, the downstream impact of some of that.
Right. Lance, I know you've thought a lot about this topic. Would you like to chime in?
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with what Lori was saying about this debate that's kind of raging about how much can you truly consider sort of in the laboratory or within the walls of a company before you release it or feel confident about releasing it that there will be no negative externalities versus release it, see what happens, let the market dictate a little bit. If you get beaten up on your stock price because something goes wrong or one of your technologies has a flaw, or et cetera, you put a patch, you move on. So this is a debate. And it makes me think about, a lot of folks in this room have heard about, like, we're on the fourth industrial revolution with technology is a popular term. But if you think back to, like, the very first industrial revolution, if you were to think about people could lose their limbs in machines, pollution is going to be a thing. Like, these things, like, it just happened. And then you have to kind of figure out solutions for the negative externalities. Now, obviously, the power behind artificial intelligence and emerging technology today has much more potential impact in how quickly it could get out there and how much broad impact it could have. So we're not talking an apples to apples conversation there, but it's really hard to identify everything ahead of time. And so you have to do your best to bring in the education that was mentioned earlier on the panel. And then you also have to do your best to make it a collaborative process to get as many voices at the table to have this conversation. Certain industries, it's going to be more challenging. You can't just necessarily release something in the healthcare space and then, like, if PII is released, whoopsie, Richard would have much more to say about that than obviously I could. But what we really have to kind of grapple with here is the notion that the horse is already out of the barn or the toothpaste is out of the toothpaste tube. It's here. So now, what are we going to do and get as far upstream as possible in many respects to think about how to think through some of these scenarios, but we're also going to have to be in a reactive posture because it just moves so quickly and it has such tremendous global reach. So there's no easy answer to it, but I absolutely agree with some of the thoughts of the panelists as well.
Yeah, and if I could just very quickly, because you're right, in healthcare, it is a little, I'm not going to necessarily comment on whether it was released too fast or not, but if you zoom out, like, what is happening in terms of where trust lies and how much more trust people are putting in technology with some of those capabilities? It is a reality that clinicians have to deal with every day, that they are kind of working in that environment where people are getting advice and trusting it there. And so I think, as for Highmark's stance on that as well, we have to lean in then and make sure that there is kind of good, solid, grounded clinical advice that is driving towards more appropriate, personalized advice that is given. And we're working, towards that, because I don't think it's kind of hard to just say it's a problem, but not then kind of get on the playing field and try to address it, because it's, like you said, it's kind of already happening. Yeah. And we see it increasingly every day in our, in our clinics, in kind of our ecosystem.
And just one more quick comment. Artificial intelligence, or at least the notion of it, has been around for quite a long time. So it's not like this is a brand new phenomenon that happened with the release of ChatGPT or generative AI, or even just a couple years prior to that. People have been thinking about this for a very long time. That just shows you what a challenge it is, and it just shows you how you need to bring as many smart and inclusive voices to the table to help work on this.
Yeah, I'm one of those people who've been working on it for a very long time.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
But it's one of those people, I mean, what's really astonishing even to people who are insiders in the field is just the pace at which the technologies just went from being sort of okay to just being mind-blowing. It just really happened in some sense overnight. And I think that's part of the reason, we're not necessarily prepared for the deployment of this technology, that people just didn't expect it to get so good so quickly. And to some extent, we're playing catch up a little bit in terms of figuring out what do we do? As you said, we've opened the box, Pandora's box is open. Now what do we do about it? So if you look at Europe, the EU has enacted this AI Act that puts pretty strong requirements on companies that want to deploy AI technologies in terms of safety and testing, vetting, that sort of thing. In the U.S., we heard this morning about the law that will be signed very soon into effect in Pennsylvania here to address the problem of deepfake pornography, but we don't have anything else really across the country. There was this bill that was passed by the California legislature in August that Governor Newsom declined to sign into law because he felt that it would be too restrictive for the tech industry. He was very worried about killing the goose that laid the golden egg, so to speak, putting too many restrictions and really wanting to kind of wait and see where the technology was going and letting existing laws really deal with commercial products that might be put out there based on AI technology. So I'd be curious to get panelists' perspectives on this. Do you think we should be more aggressively regulating AI usage in this country?
I'll go ahead and jump in. Yeah, so you're exactly right. Like all the different perspectives about regulating AI fall on the spectrum of sort of who are you talking to? Are you talking to government regulators versus are you talking to companies that are within Silicon Valley? Are you talking to entities in New York City, all across the board? So we have a variety of different models to kind of look at, and actually one of the earlier panels were talking about the European Union really leaning into regulations with respect to privacy. Us in the United States really battling what does it look like to promote regulation versus is it going to retard innovation along the way, and what's that fine line and what's that balance? So we've been a little bit more toe-tapping, if you will, about, well, that could be an executive order. We can have like the Department of Education, the Department of Labor come out with their own individualized responsible AI or ethical AI uses. Specific states, Colorado, Illinois, you talked about California, which you're intimately familiar with. So there's going to be a mix all across the board of how it is going to go. The only larger comment that I would say is, while this debate is happening in the United States here, the world isn't kind of waiting for us to kind of make a decision. The European Union's moving. East Asia, China is moving. And Africa is moving in many other parts of the world. So the debate will go on between, do we just look at current regulations within specific industries like healthcare or media or others and say, all right, now just consider artificial intelligence uses within that based on current regulations, or do we reinvent the wheel all the way around and start from there? There's no easy solution as opposed to just it needs to be more collaborative in nature, and we need to not get so weighed down by like paralysis by analysis, but actually get moving a little bit more.
Sorry, go ahead. Okay, I was just gonna say, like, it shouldn't take Taylor Swift being deep-faked, like, in a sexually explicit way to get lawmakers to pay attention. Like, it just shouldn't. I think, like, this has been happening. If we look at this, I'm going to take a very specific lens on sexually explicit deepfakes. This is not something that happened because it happened to Taylor Swift. This has been happening now for 2 years. The White House has now come out and said we were waiting for the first real harmful use case of generative AI. It's sexually explicit deepfakes. This is happening in our high schools. Parents don't know what to do because there are apps that enable you to, like, in 2 clicks, digitally undress your classmates, right? And so, like, I don't want to harp on sexually explicit deepfakes, but I guess sometimes I think to myself, well, it can't be rocket science. Like, we need state laws, and so I'm so happy that the governor is going to be signing a state law, signing this on Wednesday. But this will mean half of the states have laws that protect victims to some degree, varying degree. We could be here all day if I were telling like the varying degrees of it against sexually explicit deepfakes. We don't have a federal law. And there are sites that there's nothing like the Mr. Deepfakes. You saw, like, I have friends on that site. I say friends, their likeness has been taken. They can't even look at it because they call it digital rape, and there is absolutely nothing they can do about it, and they are privileged. Now imagine the marginalized communities, the kids that can't do anything about it. So I actually think in this case, like, I don't know, like, it's terrible it happened to Taylor Swift. It shouldn't have taken that long, and we still have work to do because half the states don't have laws on this. So, I don't know, my hot take.
Zico, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, so there's a whole number of topics that will take a long time to discuss. But on the topic of AI legislation, and particularly you mentioned the California bill, I think it's very easy to bucket together sort of all AI legislation into one bucket of legislation, good or bad, depending on your perspective, and no legislation, good or bad, depending on your perspective. The AI bill in California, and I don't want to debate that bill in particular, but it is a fact that that bill would have done nothing about this abuse, right? This bill was about harmful use cases considered on the very biggest models and targeting things like cyber attacks and the creation of biological weapons. People are concerned about these things too, but it's important to understand that legislation is not, of AI is not a monolith here, and it's not as if that law, I don't think would have actually, I think the law Governor Shapiro was talking about is far more effective at addressing this particular use case than SB 1047 in California would have been. I think that would have been.
He did a separate one that does.
Oh yeah. There was a different bill in California which was passed actually, which Newsom did not veto for that use case, which again I think is sorely needed in all these locations. But I think we often sort of see AI legislation as one big thing when that could not be further from the truth, right? There is massive differences in the legislation that's being proposed right now, and it's very easy to take the narrative that whenever anything is sort of not passed or vetoed or whatever, this is a strike to all the, or encourages all negative use cases, when I think it's really much more nuanced than that. The other thing I would sort of mention about this particular use case is that it is one that needs legislation to address sorely. Needs a number of things, right? We also do, by the way, need to add more safeguards on the models that are out there, but for the most part, this is challenging because those sites are using open source and they're rolling their own tools, which they're not going to follow the law because they're illegal websites. And so it needs to be addressed via legislation specifically outlawing this use of AI. I also think that things like digital watermarking, while a good solution, also don't affect this use case because it's not, people know it's AI, it's abuse even though it is AI, right? It doesn't make it okay if you sort of tag it, oh, this is just AI generated, therefore it's sort of, the watermarking or something that's gonna save us. So I think that when it comes down to it, right now, I still often do find myself on the side of sort of legislation around specific use cases, around domains in health. We need legislations there that are pertinent to health. For defense, we need things for defense. And for digital abuse, we need laws that target that end use of this technology because it's a horrific end use of this technology which can just have horrible, massive impacts. And so I would just say that it's important to, I believe the most effective way of targeting a lot of these abuses is through laws that target the abuse, not laws that regulate AI models as such. Just because I don't think it's very effective to regulate the models, what we need to regulate much more is the end use. And I think the laws like the one passed in California and like the one that Governor Shapiro was talking about are going to be hopefully much more effective at that. But I hope we have much more action at the federal level and across all states and further enforce those laws. I mean, okay, so the comment there was it's the crime. I mean, to be very clear, tools that make the crime very easy are also to blame. And I don't want to sort of give a clean slate to all technology here and say, oh, technology is fine, there's no problem at all, just release everything. No, there has to be, of course, a balance. And by the way, I mentioned the SB 1047, the California bill that you mentioned Newsom passing. I am, by the way, concerned also about cyber security threats, about bio threats. These things are also concerning to me. I'm not trying to dismiss them. But the right tools are needed for the right use case. And I think that you can talk about legislating model capabilities for some use cases, But for other ones, it has to be the platforms that enable this. It has to be the sites that are allowing this to happen. And in some sense, the people just distributing the software that enables these use cases, at least enables them to be so easy for people. There's no single answer. You can't just say, oh, it's the user's fault that does these things. No, it's nuanced, it is subtle. Depending on the harm we are concerned about, there are very different remedies, there are very different ways to address it.
Okay, great. I promised to allocate some time at the end, and I think we're here for questions from the audience. So we've got a great set of panelists, and we'd love to get some questions from all of you. So we've got microphones on the side here. People would like to come up to the microphone and pose your questions. I can't see the lights. Right? Could
thank you for your opinions about the artificial intelligence. Could you talk about a little bit sobre climate and AI on climate models, please?
So you mean actual, as in climate modeling? Okay. I can talk a little bit about that. Does anyone else want to address that? So, again, getting to the point about AI being a big tent, there is amazing work going on in using AI systems to build better climate models and to address problems in climate change. Now, at the same time, let's also not kid ourselves, Gen AI itself right now is less, the way I would say it is there is less obvious pointed success stories in Gen AI addressing climate as there are in things like PDE simulation and sort of more general kind of time series forecasting as it would address climate. And the other, of course, big factor here is that Gen AI is a massive consumer of electricity. And we're talking about massively scaling up electricity consumption for the purpose of generative AI. Now, again, I've worked a lot in these different areas here, more in the past than I am right now, actually. I still come out believing that this technology will be a net benefit, and the energy costs of it are, yes, intelligence does cost some amount of energy. And if you want to get intelligent behavior out of a system, you have to put some energy in, and ultimately the net benefits of that process will outweigh the associated costs. Having said that, I think it is incumbent upon all of us, maybe not all of, well, hopefully a large subset of us, to think about how, one of two things. We can either be more sort of diligent and selective and all these sorts of things in our uses and which sort of use cases we do apply generative AI to. This is a little tricky because sometimes it sort of comes as partitioning. Oh, these people can use Gen AI and others can't. But I think also, honestly speaking, when I talked about coding, there's a reason for this. It's a very general technology that has a lot of end uses. I also fundamentally believe that use of Gen AI to accelerate science has huge potential benefit when it comes to addressing climate challenges. And I really think that. And I know it sounds sort of like I'm trying to weasel my way out of sort of the problem it's creating, but I believe it. I think that using these technologies can be an accelerant for science, and by accelerating science, we can develop more efficient materials, better generation, more efficient generation, ultimately, hopefully, something like modular reactors that are able to genuinely make a huge dent in our energy needs or energy production. And I know it sounds somewhat sci-fi, hoping that this magical technology will address all our concerns. But rather than that, I would say no. Let's work to see in what ways can this technology actually address our concerns.
Good. Any more questions?
So what can we as humans do to better address the risk that some of these AI models pose for the world and specifically Pittsburgh?
I'll try. I don't know. I don't know if I'll succeed. Thank you for that question, Sarah. I love like a question of like, okay, like, well, this is crazy. What can we do? It makes a lot of sense. I really find that if we can have these conversations, we have more agency over the future. I really believe that. Like, if we know that this is happening, like, we can go into our schools and have this conversation. We can pressure our leaders and our lawmakers to help pass laws on this type of thing. So it might sound like a bit of a cop-out answer, but I've seen the power of storytelling, the power of having these conversations, communities. I mean, what was so incredible to me about Mr. Deepfakes is, like, before we even went out there to go try to find the guy behind the largest site, we had a bunch of moms behind us. Like, you never mess with moms, right? They were just pissed off that this was happening in their high schools and people weren't doing anything about it. They got behind us on the internet and started, you know, talking about these types of things. And they are you know, some of the best folks for local communities. So I don't know if that's as clear of an answer as I could potentially give, but I think it's important for us to all have more agency and education so we can actually help, you know, institute some of these things in our communities.
I'll go ahead and piggyback a little bit to that answer, if you don't mind. Sarah, great question. If you did a word cloud of my comments today, the biggest one would probably be collaboration, because I truly do believe that that is going to be like the path forward for us to solve some of these complex issues. So I've said this in other gatherings before, no single person, you know, despite what Elon Musk might think, like no single person, no entity, no single country is going to solve a lot of these questions sort of on their own or in a vacuum. And so I truly believe that the way that we're going to be able to push this idea and this topic forward is going to be coming together in more collaborative spaces like this and like many, many others that still haven't even occurred yet. And so furthermore, as we're coming together in a collaborative nature, then what are you going to do? Are you just coming together to hear some folks on a panel talk and then go to Oktoberfest after this and we're going to be super excited, because I am, as soon as we're done? But then, like, what's sort of the follow-up? Like, what's the next steps? And so specifically to Pittsburgh, I think the biggest thing, you heard me allude to it a little bit earlier, specifically talking about just one industry, is coming together to come up with an actual like strategy. There's been several, Brookings Institution and many others have written extensively about our region, about sort of, here are the potential opportunities, here are some gaps, here are some assets you have. Go forth and be awesome, Pittsburgh. And many times we have sort of not taken up that charge. We haven't taken the bull by the horns to do that. Organizations have in some ad hoc you know, notions, and obviously giant institutions like Highmark and Carnegie Mellon and others are doing amazing work sort of on their own in this space, and building collaborations obviously in other areas. But as an ecosystem, I think we could come together in a much more targeted and sort of proactive, purposeful way to come up with, let's get everybody together, let's come up with a strategy, and then move forward, as opposed to just a reactive posture and put some good stuff out there. And we've had some successes, but we've also had some misses as well. And Pittsburgh is not the only one to do this, by the way. It's just a microcosm of a greater model that some cities and regions have had. So why don't we get ahead of it and rise above those regions?
Great. I think we've got another question over here.
Hi, Kyle Gracie, AI Risk Strategy Consultant. So we talked about the veto of SB 1047. One of the things that wasn't mentioned was that that came after millions of dollars of lobbying by AI corporations against that legislation, despite polling from California residents that they seem to support the legislation. And as we look at polling, public opinion polling on AI risk and AI regulation across the country, we see that people generally seem to be supportive of a higher level of risk reduction and legislation and regulation than we're seeing today. So I'm curious if you all think about the role of public opinion and the public will in how we craft AI regulation and innovation in the future, and how we're responding to the public's concern about AI technologies.
Maybe I can say something. Unfortunately, I think, so there are some real issues, and we've talked about one at length today, which is terrific to give more exposure to that. But I think a lot of the fear in the public is being stoked by this image of AGI is coming and we're going to have robots that take over the world and enslave humans. And I have to say, I find that baffling. Having worked on robotics, it's really hard to build robots. And this idea we would have self-replicating robots that would domineer humans, I think is kind of silly. I think it's much more important that we should be focusing on issues like deepfake pornography, these real and present issues that we have right now with the technology, and not so much the fear-mongering about what if AI systems and robots take over the planet. So anyway, my 2 cents on that topic.
Let me jump in a little bit there, because I think it is very easy to look at some sci-fi scenarios and paint them as wholly ridiculous, and I think it's a bit disingenuous also. So I'm on the fence on SB 1047, I will admit, and I can talk about that later. But let's actually talk about AGI a minute, because I get the impression that most people here actually share your opinion, which is that this is science fiction, and that's fine. We don't know. There's massive uncertainty. But if you define AGI not as self-replicating robots, but as a virtual system that can do the work you associate essentially with a close collaborator of any of yours on a project. So say you were working on a year-long project virtually. We're all used to that now over Zoom. And you have a system that could do just as well as a human collaborator. Now, maybe we think that's what I would call AGI, right? That's a general sort of intelligence, and some people dislike that word, but I think it's fine to use there. Show of hands, who think that's going to happen within 20 years? A system is as capable as a close collaborator over a year-long project. Yeah, so it's about like a quarter, 25%. And I count myself in that 25%. I think it's going to happen. We can talk about the details in which this will happen, but by the way, the people at companies developing this technology think it's going to happen a whole lot sooner than that. And you could argue that this is hype machines. They're just trying to drive up hype, and it doesn't. And to be very clear, I am not insinuating that we should not address immediate, extreme harms right now because of this, but I think we should be incredibly aware that this does seem not entirely inconceivable. And it would be just such a, I mean, if you think the change that came from ChatGPT is a lot, this is that times I can't even fathom. So I'm not going to be up here debating, trying to make this point, because I know a lot of us are going to be very hardened in our views on it, and that's fine. But I will say that if you believe this is possible within, say, 20 years, the implications of that future are extremely profound and things that you should take very seriously in these kind of discussions. So I don't think we're going to adjudicate, whether or not this is going to happen right now. But I will say I think it is very reasonable to believe this will happen and to take very seriously the potential challenges and massive upheaval that will happen if this does occur. So I just want to put that view out there as a counterpoint to the view that AGI is not in our lifetime. I think there's a good chance it is. And it's a big shift, by the way, of mine in the past 5 years. I did not think that 5 years ago. But if anything, the current pace of technology is making me more concerned and just believing, well, concerned, optimistic in other ways, but I think it is a reasonable stance.
Can I just,
yeah.
I would just say to that, spending a lot of time in Silicon Valley, watching a lot, like growing up almost with a lot of these folks and watching them create these incredibly powerful companies that impact us in extraordinary ways, both good and bad. I often find that when you're sitting at the dinner table behind the scenes, sometimes there's like, you fly so close to the sun, you forget what's back here on Earth and how this stuff is actually happening. So I don't think anyone is really debating, could AGI happen eventually? Like, I truly believe that. But when I think about the urgency, right, and I think, like, this is Terminator or whatever, like, when I think about the urgency, and I won't even just say, like, sexually explicit deepfakes, because we've talked a lot about that. Like, you have companies building out powerful AI systems as companions that are aimed at being empathetic. A recent study showed that the second researchers analyzed like 2 million chat logs from ChatGPT, and the second biggest use case was sexual role playing, right? And which is kind of crazy just to think about, which makes sense why when GPT launched, they didn't want these things to be AI companions. But you have companies building out AI companions and, quote, empathetic AI that we can worry about more manipulation. So it doesn't even matter that these machines might be smarter or more conscious than us. People believe that they are. And emotional manipulation is happening. And so there are all these things that are right under our nose that are happening that I think people aren't even touching on. But yet we do hear all the time the conversation of AGI, and we have to prep for AGI. But what about prepping for the fact that, like, you know, kids are spending 2 to 9 hours on one of these platforms, and they have virtual worlds with these friends, and it's not just like a game because they're personalized, they're always on, and they are coded to talk back. Like, why aren't we having that conversation? And I don't disagree really with what anyone's saying, more so just like, these things are so close and they're already happening. And by the time that we talk about them, oftentimes it's already almost too late. And so AGI, yes. Empathetic AI, sexually explicit deepfakes, these are already in our in our homes, you know? And so I think, like, I don't know, maybe I'm more on, not that we're picking sides, but I'm just leaning a little bit over here with this idea that, yes, I understand these are really big things that we do have to pay attention to while looking in our own homes and seeing how it's already impacting us.
I'll throw in another area that's been hugely disrupted by AI, and you know, this is another one where AI for good could do amazing things, but it's causing a lot of problems right now, which is education. You know, the potential is there to greatly eliminate a lot of sort of rote things that teachers have to do. Personalized learning could be hugely beneficial to a lot of students, but a lot of teachers are quite concerned right now that they're seeing tremendous erosion in critical thinking because their students are using ChatGPT to do their homework for them. So, you know, they're not going through those hard-won processes of how you get knowledge by doing things over and over again. They're just asking an AI system to do their homework for them, or looking up the answers on the internet. So that's another area that I think, you know, as a society, we need to think really hard about, given the advent of these technologies, what does education look like now? So anyway, I think we're on the same page, really advocating for, let's maybe spend a little bit more time focusing on some of these clear and present issues that we have. And even if I'm wrong and Zico's right, and we do have AGI in 20 years, yeah, sure, we should be planning for that, but I do think we have a more immediate problems that need to be tackled. So let's see, we had another question over here.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. Great talk so far. I'm a software engineer. I work at GitHub on Copilot, and so I've been working on this stuff for about 3 years. And one really interesting thing that arises when you start working with AI is who am I taking an action on a part of, and what am I capable of taking an action for that person as? And I think this becomes increasingly complicated as we start to talk about these agent-type systems that are doing long-running processes over a period of time on someone's behalf to complete some work. I think, earlier we were talking about the ability to write code. Function calling inside of these agents is really interesting because now you're opening up the world of APIs, which can take an action on multiple platforms as some actor. So who is that actor? And then on top of that, you can actually take these systems and have them write code and execute the code, and that can also take an action as some agent. But when you're talking about securing AI or having some sort of backlog of who did what, when, this becomes a very complicated thing. And I'm not so sure that we have, as engineers, have completely thought about the implications of this, and we definitely have not gone through the painstaking labor of setting up, the sort of working groups that we set up for the W3C or other very important oversights inside of our industry. So I'd be interested to get people's thoughts on this sort of like autonomous action. You know, how do I get authentication to do work on someone's behalf? And what are we doing as a community to try and, one, standardize these things and come up with best practices? And thank you for taking my question.
I mean, I'll start probably more from an adoption perspective. I'm sure others may have more technical answers to you, but I will say what you just described is well articulated just in terms of some of the barriers to adoption in kind of an enterprise setting, right? And we're having a lot of these discussions right now is how can you start to deploy some of these agents in a way that they can be auditable, traceable. You know, I'm excited by some of what I'm seeing in terms of you know, being able to describe logic and reasoning and logs on why it was doing things. But again, I think that's going to be a huge determinant of how enterprises are able to deploy some of this. We're obviously, you know, in some ways one could argue it's as simple as just another natural extension of automation that we've been doing for years and years and years. But absent, you know, some of that, you know, being able to replicate or explain, again, I think it's going to be very hard to at scale deploy some of these, especially in highly regulated industries where you have to. And if someone comes and asks me, why did X, Y, and Z happen? I have to be able to produce documentation on kind of, you know, how, why, where, when, all those types of things. So at least, again, that's at least one. So I, you know, maybe just an ask of as those are developing it, like being able to build that into the systems and some of the, again, the logic and reasoning and explainability around some of that in a way that is kind of auditable and being able to be documented will be huge for kind of enterprise adoption, I would at least posit, but I'd love to hear more.
So I think the answer right now is actually, okay. The answer right now is actually very simple, right? The answer right now is the developer is responsible no matter what code is generated. They have to verify it all. Verification is easier than generation from scratch, so you can still save a massive amount of time, but it's still the developer's responsibility. That's the cheap, easy answer right now. As we do build systems that I think will be more capable, this gets really hard to say. And I think what will happen is that the default will still be anything that is generated by, for a long time, an AI system still has to be vetted in its entirety by a person. The problem with this is once this crosses a certain threshold, it becomes perfunctory, and we just sort of, you know, it's the Homer Simpson pressing the yes. Does this reference anyone? Okay. So the Homer Simpson had this, like, you know, little bird that pressed the yes button again and again to authorize everything. It becomes that. And so I would bet that the way this plays out is that eventually you have AI, if we do achieve this route where you can essentially have autonomous systems that will carry out very large temporally extended tasks that we can't or don't want to check in some way, what will happen is that there will be some sort of certification process attached to these agents themselves, and then the company making them and releasing them will have to have some amount of certification that they can pass. You know, they can be used in certain circumstances, and I mean, ultimately, a lot of this will come into liability too. So they'll have to have some sort of liability. We'll have to work out legal liability for how that will happen. That's very speculative, but I see that being the most likely way it evolves. Again, the answer right now is very easy. There's no ambiguity whatsoever. It is the developer's responsibility. So I think things like working groups, actually, legislation here are very much a good thing, because we will need at some point to determine, you know, how much can kind of be approved with minimal human oversight. And we don't know yet, because we don't know how capable these systems will be yet. Again, easy right now, but a very hard problem as you start developing more genuinely autonomous systems.
And I think that's very well said. I agree. And I will say that I think one of the big drivers of that will be the liability question. I mean, that's what is being discussed at kind of boards now, is how does that work itself out, right?
Great. Well, thank you all. I think we're at the end of time. It is Oktoberfest awaiting us all, so I don't want to keep you any further. Thanks to all of you who asked questions today, and the audience for your attention, and the great panelists for their deep insights.
I'll work. I just wanted to close everything up here. I'm Todd Reedboard from Walnut Capital, and I just wanted to thank, once again, everybody for coming. There's a few people I wanted to thank, especially this space started out as raw, empty space, and today's environment for this conference and this summit has been incredible. I thank Natalie from the Bernstein Group, and of course our own Susie Perlman from Mosaic, who really, all the great design, the seating, the chairs, the whole thing is her vision, and we do appreciate all the great help and all the great volunteers. You all have drink tickets at City Kitchen, so please help yourself. There's great Oktoberfest beers. And again, we thank everybody for coming, and this has been a wild experience for all of us, and thank you.